Honourable members, let us pray. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King and his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideals, but laying aside all private interests and prejudices, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honourable members, we will now be led in the singing of God Save the King by Michael Peters. I invite all to participate.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
First up, we have the member for Leduc Beaumont. Leduc Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a school group to introduce. I understand they might be running a bit late, but it's important that we acknowledge them. The École Mother de Ville School from Beaumont, their grade 6 class is visiting, so if you are here, I ask you to rise and please receive the warm welcome of this assembly.
Honourable members, today I would like to introduce two assembly members, the members of the 25-26 Alberta Electoral Boundaries Commission who are seated in my gallery. We have with us Honourable Dallas Miller, Chair of the Commission, Dr. Julian Martin, Ms. Susan Sampson, and Susan's husband Robert Sampson. I would ask all of them to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this assembly. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce a distinguished guest joining us in the gallery. We are honoured to be joined by Norm Garristine, who is the Mayor of Brooks. From my own constituency of Brooks Medicine Hat, Mayor, please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce to you and through you and to all members of the Assembly, members from my Department of Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration, some incredible Jedis, Jennifer Jabs, Mary Ballantyne, Richard Skelton, Jennifer Mytalk, and from Legislative Services, Eric Martin. I ask them to please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly. They are part of this amazing team that I have.
Calgary, Bennington.
Speaker, I rise to introduce my favorite four human beings in the world. They come for the mall, they stay for their mom. Thanks for spending your spring break with me. Jonathan, Lizzie, Oliver, Arthur, please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
Grand Prairie, Wapiti.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and through you and to all members of the Assembly my Uncle Bill Nutter from Lacrete. Welcome, and please receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce to you and through you Hamza Nihal, who works in the Premier's office in Calgary, along with his beautiful family, Soha Nihal, Raphael Nihal, and Fakhar Jabran, who joins us from Pakistan. I ask that you please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
Lac St. Anne, Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe my guests may be running a little bit late, but I want to get them on the record as well. Allow me to introduce to you and through you members of the Paul First Nation. So they're out in God's country and Lake Wabman. It's Chief Casey Bird, Councillors Darren Rain, Dolores Rain, Jason Salahu, Councillor Farron Bull, and Dwight Paul. Please give them a big round of applause and welcome to the Assembly.
Olds, Didsbury, Three Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce to you and through you and to all members of this Assembly the Provost of Prairie Bible Institute, Dr. Mark Jonah, from my constituency of Three Hills. Please rise and accept the warm welcome of this institution.
The Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to introduce to you and through you one of my favorite constituencies, also known as my daughter, June Boyda, who is here in Edmonton, not to see me, unfortunately, but for the Alberta Municipalities Convention this week. She's also serving as Chair of Administrative Office for several summer villages. Please rise and receive the warm welcome.
Are there other introductions? Seeing none.
Ministerial statements. Members' statements.
The member for Edmonton West Henday.
Can we stop the power of the white man from spreading over the land like the grasshoppers that cloud the sky and then fall to consume every blade of grass and every leaf on the trees in their path? I think not. Before this happens, let us ponder carefully of our choice of roads. There are men among you who are trying to blind our eyes and refuse to see the things that have brought us to this pass. Let us not think of ourselves, but of our children's children. We hold our place among the tribes as chiefs and counselors because our people think we have wisdom above others amongst us. Then let us show us our wisdom. Let us show our wisdom by choosing the right path now while we yet have a choice. Mr. Speaker, these are words spoken by Ogumau Atakaku, or Chief Star Blanket, one of the Nehio leaders who entered the Treaty 6 relationship with the Queen Mother for all our benefit, to live peacefully for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. This year marks the 150th anniversary of this sacred relationship being formalized on this land we find ourselves today. Treaty is older than this Assembly. This is not just history, it is our present and it is our future. And Ogumau Atakakup's words could not ring any more true today. The chiefs in Treaty 6, 7, and 8 showed us their wisdom with a vote of non-confidence against the UCP for threatening treaty by not denouncing separatism. Let's continue to build an Alberta that respects Treaty 6 for the next 150 years, because, Mr. Speaker, we are all treaty people.
Aye.
Sorry. Point of order, 10:08. The member for Lacombe Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, for generations, people have come to Alberta seeking good opportunities for themselves and their families. This includes young people, starting out their careers, learning new skills, and gaining experience that will help them throughout their lives. Across Canada, youth employment has been a challenge for many reports pointing to oversaturation of the entry-level job market because of bad management of temporary foreign worker program. Others add, in some jurisdictions, increases to minimum wage have pushed businesses to look for cost savings, which sometimes includes reducing the number of staff they employ. Mr. Speaker, this is a shame. Our next generation is depending on us to ensure that they have a fair shot at success, which begins with their first job. That is why our government is continuing to fund the Alberta Youth Employment Incentive that was introduced last year. This program establishes direct partnership with businesses to offset the cost and lift the financial weight of hiring and training of young workers. With the recent announcement of $20 million over the next 3 years added to last year's funding, our government expects to help up to 8,750 Albertans between the ages of 15 and 24 to gain valuable work experience, training, and skill development. Since this program started last year, it's already helped nearly 860 young Albertans connect with employment. And the best part, 95% of participating businesses have been small and medium-sized, meaning not only does this support youth with jobs, but also business owners based right here in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to building our workforce, it's Conservatives who get the job done. The NDP is bad for businesses. They commit to raise taxes, push ahead with unexpected minimum wage hikes, and drive out investment that keeps our economy strong. On this side, we're helping young Albertans get to work. Thank you.
Calgary, Bennington.
In this chamber, classroom complexity feels abstract. It's tens of thousands of Albertans protesting, but just out of sight. It's budget lines, committees, complexity teams. It's moving at the speed of government. For teachers, classroom complexity is close. It's visceral. They see it, they live it every day. They don't have the option of sealing themselves off against it, and they have been managing this complexity for years. Under the tenure of this government, classroom complexity has escalated to common occurrence of classroom violence. One teacher wrote to me to describe the situation in her classroom. She writes, quote, "This year alone, my students have seen me hit, scratched, spit on, kicked, and bitten. They have heard threats from another student expressing a desire to hurt, stab, or kill me. During these incidents, as required, I remain calm, do not defend myself, and the student responsible either remains in the classroom or returns to the classroom shortly after with a perfunctory apology. The expectation is that everyone resumes the day as though nothing has happened until the next violent outburst. For some children, witnessing violence at school may be the first time that they have seen such behavior unfold in front of them. For others who come from homes where violence is a part of their life, these incidents reinforce an existing worldview that aggression is expected, tolerated, and woven into relationships." End quote. Before the strike, after the strike, today, this year, last year, any year, the UCP has been in charge of education. It's nothing but committees and promises, and we'll look at it, we hear you, we're on the same page, and yet the state of our classrooms are exactly the same today as they were the day teachers went on strike, and our kids deserve better.
Athabasca, Barrhead, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize an important economic achievement that reflects the strength, innovation, and leadership of the Athabasca, Barrhead, Westlock constituency. The Port of Westlock, a dry port initiative spearheaded by the Next Generation Co-op Westlock Terminals, has secured a significant long-term industrial transloading partnership. This means that we'll see high-grade steel moved by rail from eastern Canada directly to Westlock. This agreement establishes a reliable and scalable rail corridor connecting eastern and western Canada. Better yet, it marks a major step for the region's role in national supply chains. This demonstrates that Westlock is well positioned to support complex industrial-scale operations. With modern rail infrastructure, strategic location, and a skilled local workforce, the riding continues to prove that rural Alberta can compete nationally. By reducing congestion, improving predictability, and streamlining material handling, it lays the groundwork for future growth. This includes the expansion of rail volumes and also adding more commodities to the mix. It also provides an opportunity for two-way transloading that could see products from our region shipped across Canada and into global markets. Beyond the logistics benefits, this achievement highlights the broader economic impact for the region of Athabasca, Barrhead, Westlock. It supports job creation, attracts investment, and reinforces the riding's reputation as a hub for transportation, agriculture, and industrial development. It also strengthens Alberta's contribution to Canada's supply chain infrastructure at a time when reliability and resilience are more important than ever. Mr. Speaker, this success reflects the strong spirit of cooperation, hard work, and forward thinking that define my constituency. It's an honour to represent a constituency that continues to lead by example, drive economic growth, and help build a stronger Alberta.
Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's been quite a couple of weeks in the UCP's ongoing corrupt care scandal. To recap a few of the interesting recent developments, the RCMP raided MH Care offices in Edmonton, spending several days there gathering documents and collecting evidence as they continue their investigation into shady procurement deals between this government and Sam Raish. Then the RCMP paid a visit to an accounting firm of Sam Jabber, a Raish associate who used to serve as Chief Financial Officer at MH Care and who was appointed in 2023 at the explicit direction of this Premier's office to serve on the board of Invest Alberta.
No thanks to the Premier, who, after the news of the police raid, did nothing at all. Sam Jabber is now on a voluntary leave of absence. That's a lot of smoke, Mr. Speaker, and certainly a lot of investigative activity around the man whose organization was paid nearly $50 million in advance by this government for not delivering and then sorting delivery issues of the useless Turkish Tylenol. Now, I haven't even gotten to the hundreds of millions of dollars of bloated contracts that they are in the process of giving Samaresh for private surgical facilities. The UCP keeps telling us that there's no corruption to see here. Nothing could be further from the truth. But the snare is tightening, Mr. Speaker, and Albertans are fed up with this government. It's time to do the right thing and call a public inquiry, or better yet, just call an election.
Edmonton City Centre.
Yesterday, we saw the announcement of the next Auditor General for Alberta, a position in office that's critical to the protection and functioning of our democracy in our province. The Auditor General's role is essential to ensure programs operate transparently, ethically, and deliver for Albertans. They hold government to account. And we as legislators must guard their independence and ensure they have the resources they need to do their important work. Sadly, that's not been the UCP's record. Under the current Premier government, we've seen an increasing campaign of disrespect against the current AG as he's been providing much-needed scrutiny of their spending and decisions. The AG's investigation into the UCP's disastrous Dynalife deal took 2 years because the UCP mounted an unprecedented campaign of stalling and obstruction. He even wrote at the end, quote, "Documents were either not provided or were heavily redacted." Then, as the AG prepared to take on the most important work of auditing the UCP's teardown of AHS and the 11 new health organizations they created, they tried to deny him the funding to do it and accused him of refusing to do his job. And most recently, as the AG has been hard at work investigating corrupt care, the UCP denied him an extension to finish. So throughout our work on the subcommittee to search for the next Alberta's AG, we saw the UCP engage in unprecedented disruption of procedure and attempted politicization of the entire process. Not surprising, I suppose, from a Premier who was found to have breached the Conflict of Interest Act as she attempted to interfere in a criminal case, and a government for whom political interference is as natural as breathing. But here's the thing. No matter how hard they try, they can't hide the truth forever. Their control is slipping. I have every confidence our new Auditor General will carry on the good work of this independent office, and the UCP's attempts to obstruct processes and cover up their actions won't succeed, because Albertans deserve the truth, and we're all going to work to make sure they get it.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices, I am pleased to table the committee's report recommending the appointment of Philip D. Peters as Auditor General for an 8-year term commencing on April 29, 2026. Copies of this report will be available online. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request leave to introduce Bill 21, the Interprovincial Trade Mutual Recognition Act. Breaking down internal trade barriers is a focus of our government, and if passed, this legislation will implement the Canadian Mutual Recognition Agreement in Alberta, which means products approved for sale in one Canadian jurisdiction are automatically approved in Alberta. I would like to acknowledge the incredible work of my team, particularly those seated in the gallery today, to help bring this legislation together. I am grateful for them, could not do it without them. We have a great squad. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move first reading of Bill 21.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration has moved first reading of Bill 21, Interprovincial Trade Mutual Recognition Act. Those in favour of the motion for first reading, please now say aye. Aye. Those opposed to first reading, please now say no. The ayes have it. That motion is carried.
Bill 21, Interprovincial Trade Mutual Recognition Act, is now read a first time.
Honourable members, it is 10:20, which means it is time for oral question period, and the first question belongs to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier seems to fail to recognize that there's a very real risk of foreign interference with her upcoming separatist referenda. The Alberta Prosperity Project has raised over $1 million. Their officials have met with U.S. State Department officials. But when we ask the Premier about this risk of foreign interference, she rattles off something about her super-secret spy agency, or she tells us about citizenship markers on driver's licenses, none of which have anything to do with the very real risk. What is her actual plan to deal with foreign interference in these referenda?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have had instances across the country of foreign interference in elections, and sadly, one of the things we discovered was that CSIS does not proactively share that information with provincial premiers or the individuals who are impacted. In fact, you have to go through and get special security clearance. I'm in the process of getting that clearance now. If there is anything that is flagged by the spy agency, we'll deal with it at that time. But at the moment, Mr. Speaker, we've got no evidence that anybody is interfering in our elections in Alberta.
Honourable member.
Well, the Premier, of course, is no stranger to foreign interference. She railed against it when the Liberal government was in the crosshairs over and over again. And, of course, last year, she dabbled in it herself when she went to the United States and asked them to pause the tariffs so that Pierre Poilievre could win the election. It didn't work. And Mr. Poilievre sent her to Japan to keep her as far away from that election as possible. And now she accepts lavish gifts from foreign governments. What credibility does the Premier possibly have in actually preventing foreign interference in her referendums?
Yeah.
The Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one likes hypocrisy, and that's what we're seeing from the member opposite. I don't know why it's okay to accept an exchange protocol when you are a mayor, but not okay to accept an exchange protocol when you're premier. I'd be interested in knowing from the opposition leader, did he accept $80,000 worth of gifts when he was in the mayor's office?
The Honourable member.
The Premier understands hypocrisy better than any of us because, of course, she didn't disclose any gifts in the last 2 years.
Right.
We know she's accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of gifts from a foreign government. That is not protocol. That is not tobacco. That is hypocrisy. Yeah. And she says she wants a security clearance. Does she understand that having accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of gifts from a foreign government means she won't get that top secret security clearance? Yes. Does she understand the consequences of her actions?
Premier.
Speaker, if a cat statue was indeed made of solid gold, it would be a $700,000 gift. As it is, it's made of copper, and it is only worth about $80. But again, the member opposite is acting hypocritical because we'd like to know about the $4,000 in silk ties he received from a single individual, $800 in gift cards, a soapstone sculpture. If this is okay as a matter of protocol for a mayor, why is it that matters of protocol are unacceptable for the Premier's office?
The second set of questions belongs to the Leader of the Official Opposition, and I'd like to hear both the question and the answer, please.
If the government disclosed anything, we could be having this conversation,
right.
But they hide it all because the Premier only knows how to deflect. She has been deflecting on the Turkish Tylenol scandal, saying it was about AHS procurement. But Justice Wyant writes on page 17 of his report, quote, "The deputy was asked to have the department conduct an assessment of the purchase, and it did not recommend proceeding. It was political direction. It was the Premier's office that presented it. So why did the Premier direct that AHS work with her friend and the Justice Minister's cousin, Sam Raish?"
Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is not correct. What happens in government when you identify an issue that needs to be resolved, you ask your department officials to do the procurement on your behalf. In the middle of a worldwide shortage of children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen, we asked if the very skilled procurement division of AHS would be able to identify where we might be able to source that product, thinking that we might have shortages for years. They came back with a single option. Unfortunately, the contract was not written in a way that protected taxpayers, and those are the things that we're assessing and addressing.
Honourable member.
The Premier just said that Justice Wyant was wrong when he said AHS procurement said not to do it. Now, we know that Mr. Prasad, Jitendra Prasad, had 39 years of procurement experience, yet somehow on this one contract, directed by the Premier in her office, he forgot to ask the lawyers to look at it. Are we expected to believe that? This is the same Mr. Prasad who the Premier met with secretly before she was Premier. This is all just coincidence, I suppose. Now, the RCMP has raided Mr. Prasad. Now that the cops have come knocking, does the Premier admit she made a mistake?
Someone who had 39 years of procurement experience, yeah, we would have expected that they would have, having handled billions of dollars worth of procurement on behalf of AHS in the past, that they would have made sure they didn't have conflict. They would have made sure that they had issues if the product was not delivered in the contract terms, that they would have ensured that they had an oversight by legal. Unfortunately, none of those things happened, Mr. Speaker. That's what we discovered through the Judge Wyant report. He gave 18 recommendations, and that's what we're addressing. We're going to fix it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
What was different about this particular procurement is that the Premier interfered in it with her buddy Jitendra Prasad. Health officials said, don't do it. She did it anyway because of political direction from her staff. That's what Wyant said. Albertans are still owed $50 million after 3 years of the hospital minister's mediation and the previous minister's attempts to give the drugs away. But here's an easy thing. Why doesn't the Premier just get the money back by calling the Justice Minister's cousin, I'm sure he's got the number on speed dial, and asking her buddy Sam for the money back?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was an AHS procurement, an AHS contract, which is why AHS has to go through the process of either having the contract fulfilled, and they've had some conversations about that over the last couple of years. If that does not yield a result in satisfying the contract, then they have a process to be able to get the money back. There's two pathways available to AHS, Mr. Speaker, and I've been told by the Health Minister that they're pursuing both.
Third set of questions belongs to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Every time the Premier blames bureaucrats, she tells on herself in terms of her not being able to run her own government.
That's right.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Assisted Living continues to tell us that they respect First Nations peoples and their right to make decisions, despite the non-confidence vote. So it's just a coincidence that all these First Nations happen to contract from the same guy who has no experience in building recovery centres, who has no experience in healthcare, who just happens to be tipped off about the land that's going to be sold. Can the government look Albertans in the eye and say there was no interference directing those First Nations to hire Murray?
A point of order is noted at 10:28. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The company in question is owned by a Ukrainian family that has been in the construction business for over 30 years. We did a check to see if we've ever done business with them as a government, and we haven't. They haven't built assisted living homes for us. They haven't built seniors lodges for us. They haven't built affordable housing for us. They seem to operate in the private space, Mr. Speaker. We know nothing about them, which is why we rely on the First Nations and the Métis, when we give them a grant, to manage their own contracts. They have their own connections, their own experience, and it is up to them to be able to manage the contracts.
Point of order is noted at 10:28. That's 2 points of order at 10:28. Not a good sign. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And it's just an absolute coincidence that this company that the Premier has never heard of, that's getting hundreds of millions of dollars of government contracts, happens to also be owned by Sam Murray and in a legal dispute with him. We now know that the subcontractors on these things aren't getting paid. We know that they've stopped work on at least one of these recovery centres, and the government hopefully is figuring out that when you hire inexperienced people like Sam Murray and storefront accountants like Sam Jaber, bad things happen. Does the Premier regret putting Sam Murray in charge of every element of her government?
Yeah. I'd invite the member opposite to read the tyee, because they're looking at 25 different suits and countersuits. It's a little bit confusing to figure out who is responsible, but if you talk to the leaders have said they gave the money to the Maluka company, which is owned by the Ukrainian family, and they are expecting that that company is going to pay their subcontractors. I'm not sure about the connections that he's drawing, but the fact of the matter is, this is a civil dispute that is in the courts and that is where it will have to be resolved. There's a number of different accounts, Mr. Speaker. He shouldn't speak with such certainty on this. He doesn't know.
But it's taxpayer money, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
And we expect, as Albertans, the government looks after taxpayer money. But this government is so gullible. They get taken by any grifter on the street. And it's now putting their Alberta recovery model at very serious risk. After 7 years, only 4 recovery centres opened. The rest of them stalled out because of these disputes that all involve the same guy, Sam Maraish, the same guy sitting on $50 million of taxpayers' money. Yeah. Why is Sam Maraish's wallet more important to this government than the needs of Albertans with addictions?
This is rich, Mr. Speaker. The party of safe supplies, the party of safe consumption sites, the party that wants to keep people in addiction, now worried that the recovery model is going to be at risk. The recovery model is not at risk, Mr. Speaker, not from this side of the House. It's at risk from that side of the House, who ideologically don't support people who want to get into recovery, want to keep them in their addiction. This is the reason, Mr. Speaker, why we have built the recovery communities, why we're partnering with First Nations and Métis. The projects in question are over 70% complete, and we expect them to open this year.
The next set of questions belongs to the member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, 44 years of Conservative dynasty ended in 2015 with bad budgets, eroding public services, and extraordinary entitlement and corruption. The Premier knows this well because she had a front-row seat to all of it. So UCP caucus members should be asking, what's changed? Those same MLAs heard here and not from their leader about the Premier's private jets and luxury hotels in Saudi Arabia. Why didn't the Premier tell her caucus in advance that she'd be taking the most expensive gifts ever received from a foreign government?
Yeah. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is common protocol that when dignitaries from one nation or subnational jurisdiction and another meet, they exchange gifts, and it's an opportunity for us, particularly the Premier, to go to these jurisdictions, build relationships, and use those relationships to continue to advance the interests of Alberta's economy. That's exactly what the Premier has been doing, and as a result, we are leading the country in job growth, Mr. Speaker. 85,000 jobs created year over year, Mr. Speaker. We are at the head of the pack.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader knows flights in private jets are not protocol gifts. Right. That is not business as usual. Right. Albertans would never have known about these lavish gifts had our leader not asked. Yep. This government no longer believes in transparency. It's time for the members opposite to hold their leaders accountable. So far, it seems none of them have stood up to the entitlement. Why did the Premier refuse to be transparent about the lavish private jets and luxury hotels that she received as gifts from the Saudi Arabian government?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, it is not uncommon to exchange gifts with other governments when visiting. But in this case in question, taking an airplane over an oil refinery that is guarded by the military is not something you can do in a commercial aircraft. The Leader of the Opposition suggested we do these meetings by Zoom, or just say no. Mr. Speaker, that is the economic development strategy of the members opposite. Just say no. We don't want your money. We don't want your investment. Keep it out of Alberta. We want to drive everybody out of the province. We want to fail as a province. That's their plan.
Honourable member.
Corruption and entitlement did not end with the fall of the PCs, Mr. Speaker. Quietly accepting expensive private flights, opulent hotel rooms from a foreign government is inappropriate, and there are many other ways to handle the situation. The RCMP is now rating businesses and homes of those coziest to this government, and every day the Premier and her Attorney General are asked who will be rated next by the media. This is as serious as it gets, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier apologize to Albertans for being at the centre of multiple scandals?
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to tell the members opposite that there is no apology coming from the Premier on this. What I can also tell you is that in advance of this trip to Saudi Arabia that the members opposite are citing, the Premier consulted with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure the entire trip was in accordance with the Act. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are choosing to throw insults at foreign governments. Imagine for a moment, heaven forbid the nightmare, that they ever come into government, Mr. Speaker, because guess what? No one wants to do business with them.
We're at the fourth question, which means no preamble on the supplementaries, and that question belongs. Members, I don't require the help that's being offered to me right now, and I'll just thank everybody to let me have my time. I'll soon let somebody else have their time, and that person will be the honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
Did you know that if you have breast cancer and your surgery is delayed 8 weeks, your risk of death goes up 17%? And if it's delayed 12 weeks, you're 26% more likely to die? It's no laughing matter, Mr. Speaker. When the Premier got her job, 70% of Albertans needing breast cancer surgery got it within medically recommended window, but now it's way worse, only 43%. The trend line is bad under the UCP. So what does the Premier or any of her health ministers have to say to the people waiting for their breast cancer surgeries who are afraid that they won't get them in time?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that too many people are waiting too long in this country for surgeries, and in Alberta, which is why we've established a dedicated provincial health corporation to focus on cancer, and we're resourcing it at record levels, $1.2 billion this year, an increase of $250 million. And it's investments like that, Mr. Speaker, that are the reason that we're doing a record number of cancer surgeries, up 7% year over year, and we expect that momentum to continue. And I'll be happy to outline some of the other areas where we're investing in cancer care for Albertans so they can get faster treatment and better outcomes.
Honourable member.
Given that while the NDP built the Arthur J. E. Child Cancer Centre in Calgary, the UCP is now in charge of it, and they failed to open it to its full potential. And given that the UCP has prioritized staffing private surgical centres owned by the Justice Minister's cousin over staffing cancer care, does the minister understand that political interference is pulling staff out of hospitals where breast cancer surgeries happen, and that it's putting lives at risk?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Arthur J. Child has 106 inpatient beds open, an increase of 95 from when it opened in 2024. We also have additional space there that we're evaluating to expand capacity, so it's common to build shelved spaces in facilities to accommodate additional growth, and we are evaluating that as part of our shelved space, $63 million that we've allocated through Budget 2026, if passed. We're also looking at updating our fleet of equipment through an 8-year partnership with Siemens. Over 8 years, we will be substantially upgrading with modern technology, including AI, to make our scans more fast and accurate.
Don't often hear somebody with a question heckling in the middle, but you go ahead with your next question.
Given that private surgical centres can't do surgeries that would save lives like heart, brain or cancer surgeries, and given that the UCP signed contracts guaranteeing staff for those private sites, even if it's at the cost of nurses and an anesthesiologist for the Calgary Cancer Centre or the Rocky View Hospital, and given that the budget debate, the Minister for Hospitals admitted that there wasn't a legal review before contracts were signed with MH Care, will the Minister admit that these decisions hurt our healthcare system, and will he apologize on behalf of the Premier and the UCP to breast cancer patients still waiting for their surgeries?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we are making record investments to improve the provision of cancer care in Alberta, $1.2 billion, a substantial increase of $250 million. And we're also onboarding new oncologists every day. We've had success in recruitment, and we expect to. One of the exciting parts of the Siemens Healthineers 8-year contract is 2 centres of excellence, which are going to make Alberta a destination for research and workforce development. We expect that to help with our long-term workforce strategy. We're also looking at bringing proton beam therapy to the province, the first in Canada.
The next set of questions belongs to the member for Lac St. and Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, youth unemployment remains a large concern for our next generation as they're feeling the pressures and stress of falling further behind. Unfortunately, too many young people are feeling hopeless about their futures, wondering if they'll get ahead, especially when they struggle even to find their first job. To the Minister of Jobs, Economy, Trade and Immigration, what is Alberta's government doing to support employment opportunities for Alberta's youth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can say with confidence that I'm sure every member of this chamber can express the importance and the value of getting that first employment opportunity. And that's where young people learn the important skills, things like showing up on time, doing their hair, speaking to others, and frankly, just learning those soft skills that carry them through the rest of their employment experience. Now, last year, our government introduced the Youth Employment Incentive to partner with businesses and help young Albertans get that first job and enter the workforce, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, we announced another $20 million to support this effort.
Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that Alberta Youth Unemployment Incentive was introduced last year to help ease the risk for businesses to hire the youth, and given that higher youth unemployment is due part to the federal government flooding the market with entry-level foreign workers. With young Canadians losing out opportunities to temporary foreign workers and entry-level jobs, to the same minister, how is the government ensuring Alberta's youth get the first crack at these jobs in our province?
The government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be very clear. The federal government's failed immigration policy has directly impacted young Albertans and their ability to get the entry-level position they so desire, but not even here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We are taking an approach that focuses on economic migration and not putting youth out of work the same way the members opposite did when they were in government. Our ask to the business community is to help us give young Albertans a chance to give them that first opportunity for employment and learn those ever-important skills that will carry them through the rest of their lives.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given the NDP is the bad for party business, it seems to do everything they can drive away investments when they had the helm. And given we still see examples of this, when they ran the last election, they're hoping to hike up taxes by 38%, and given some of the conversation hackles we've had in here, they ain't changing course, Mr. Speaker. Given that we saw when they tried to force yet another hike on minimum wage without consulting or having the support of Alberta's business communities, to the same minister, what is the government doing to ensure businesses can keep on creating jobs for Albertans?
Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank that member for the question. It was an excellent question. What I can say is yes, the Alberta NDP is bad for business. They drove business out of the province for years, and 7 years after, 7 years removed from their government, we're still cleaning up their mess. And now we see their investment in job creation and attraction, their strategy for job creation and attraction, Mr. Speaker, is to insult foreign dignitaries. That is not a plan, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite have no plan. They presented no plan, no shadow budget, no nothing, Mr. Speaker. It's the plan of absolute abysmal failure.
The next. That's good. I can hear myself think. I like that. The next set of questions belongs to Edmonton Gold Bar.
Yesterday, I highlighted some helpful tips for saving money from this government's Affordable Advice for Life website that included such bangers as buy generic brands, use the food bank, and be content with what you have. But this website is such a treasure trove of advice, I want to highlight some more. How about this gem? Eggs are usually lower cost than meat. Check that the eggshells aren't broken. To the Premier, does this government think that people are too stupid to not buy broken eggs?
The Honourable Minister of Utilities and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to get up here and remind Albertans that they in the majority voted for our government, and they did themselves a favour by making the greatest affordability decision in Alberta's history by not electing the NDP. The NDP who campaigned on raising taxes, the campaign who brought the carbon tax in, the largest tax increase in Alberta's history. I'm proud to be part of a government that got rid of that when we were elected and kicked them out of office, and I'm proud to bring forward an income tax cut with the Minister of Finance putting Albertans first.
Order, 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 order. We're just going to hear from the Honourable Member for Gold Bar, and let's hear the question and the answer, shall we?
Given that Affordable Advice for Life contains this hot tip for saving money in the grocery store, quote, be aware of who you bring with you. It can really make or break the budget. And given that Albertans know this too well because they see the Premier bringing Sam Raich with her, and he's broken Alberta's budget on Turkish Tylenol, private surgical facilities, and recovery communities that'll never get built, will the Premier take her government's own advice and stop breaking the budget and just leave Sam Raich at home?
Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to remember when the last time an NDP government in Alberta tabled a balanced budget. Oh, wait, they never did that. They never even got close. They just increased the deficit. They increased the debt. They campaigned on raising taxes. And you know what they did for Albertans? They got rid of coal and asked taxpayers to pay $2 billion for that. Not only that, the renewable energy program is such a failure that our government continues to pay $60 to $80 million a year for their horrible contracts. We will do what they never did. We'll put Albertans first.
The honourable member.
Given that by Albertans the minister means Sam Raish, and given that helpful tips from Affordable Advice for Life just keep coming, and given that some more advice for making life more affordable includes real genius-level stuff like consider getting a part-time job, and given that Albertans who can't afford groceries don't need a second job, they need a job that pays more, and given the Premier had no problem raising her own salary shortly after she took office, will the government stop berating hardworking Albertans and just raise the minimum wage?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we take a trip down memory lane, we'll remember when the NDP arbitrarily introduced significant wage increases for the minimum wage, which made it very difficult for young Albertans to get that first employment opportunity. But I'm happy to report that the UCP government, under this government,
I just can't even hear the answer, so let's tone that down, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the truth must really hurt, but I can tell you under this UCP government and the leadership of the Premier, Alberta has the highest weekly earnings in the entire country, Mr. Speaker. And you want to know why? It's because we're leading the charge, and like the Minister of Affordability said, we're putting Albertans first.
The next set of questions belongs to Calgary Elbow.
Mr. Speaker, for a government that claims to be fiscally conservative, the UCP sure does relish tax increases on hardworking Albertans, especially on Calgary homeowners. The UCP's annual provincial property tax requisition from Calgarians will skyrocket nearly 20% as a result of this bad budget, taking $340 per year from my constituents with absolutely nothing to show for it. While Calgarians are tightening their belts, the UCP is reaching into their pockets. To the Finance Minister, why won't this government get back the $50 million held for more Turkish Thailand?
Order. There's a 35-second thing that applies to everybody. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've heard loud and clear from the members opposite, from Albertans at large, the importance of funding education, growing classrooms, more complex classrooms, a need for schools to meet the population surge we've seen over the last 3 years. We're very committed to that. We said this budget was about priorities. We've also heard criticisms, even within that question, about the deficit. Once again, are we spending today or are we saving today? I'd like a little consistency from the members opposite. But what we're going to do is focus on priorities of Albertans.
Calgary Elbow.
Given that this budget is all pain and no gain for the people of Calgary who are just trying to make ends meet, and given that Albertans expect that if this government raises their taxes, they'll at least get something in return, like gas tax relief or quality public health care, and given this government is raising taxes and running a $9.4 billion deficit while doing nothing to make life more affordable, instead wasting millions on Turkish Tylenol settlements for foreign coal companies and luxury travel for the Premier and Cabinet, simple question, where did the money go?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that member has a financial background. We've just been through estimates. I don't know if we need a tutorial on how the budget works, but the money went in healthcare and education. To the point of his question, what did Calgarians get? The property tax education requisition is just for operating. $10.8 billion in education. And it's not just Calgary, it's in every community across the province. Everyone is pitching in to pay for this great education system. That's not even counting the schools. 161 schools in this plan. 14 new schools in Calgary alone.
Given that the UCP are piling property tax increases on Calgary homeowners while running a massive deficit with no plan to balance, and given 2 provinces over, the Manitoba NDP are slashing property taxes and cutting grocery prices, all while moving back to balance and keeping the lowest deficit in Canada, why would the minister just phone a friend and call his NDP equivalent in Manitoba for some pointers instead of leaving Calgarians to pick up the tab for his wasteful spending?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if anybody's going to phone the NDP mothership, it won't be this side of the House. I don't think they're phoning them anyways. I think the messages just come one direction. People are moving to Alberta in droves, largely for affordability reasons and reasons of opportunity. That is what Alberta provides to the entire country. We've created more jobs than anywhere else in the country. In fact, if it wasn't for Alberta, Canada would have been in negative job creation over the last year. This is the only place in Canada that's able to do that, and they're coming for affordability reasons.
The next set of questions belongs to Edmonton Riverview.
Many Albertans are struggling to make ends meet under the rising cost of living that this UCP government has done nothing to address. And sadly, some of the most severely impacted are seniors, Mr. Speaker. In a recent study, more than a third of respondents aged 65 to 85 who owned their own homes said they were experiencing financial insecurity due to rising costs. Many of these seniors, both homeowners and renters alike, also said they faced difficulties making mortgage and rent payments. This is unacceptable. When will this government start taking the well-being of seniors seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we take the well-being of seniors very, very seriously. That's why this government's investing $6.7 billion in supporting seniors in this province in this budget year alone. Mr. Speaker, something I think the NDP have indicated they're going to vote against. When it comes to affordability and housing, Mr. Speaker, what we did was we rejected the NDP's ridiculous socialist idea, bringing in rent control, Mr. Speaker, that would have stifled our cost of housing, Mr. Speaker, would have made the situation significantly worse. Instead, we focused on making sure we could increase supply. Our rent is down 4 times the national average because we rejected, again, the NDP's philosophy.
Honourable member.
Given that home ownership used to be an indicator of economic stability, given that many of the province's seniors are saying loud and clear that they are struggling to get by and do not feel secure in their own homes, and given that these troubles are the direct result of the pressures of rising inflation, soaring grocery prices, and the skyrocketing cost of living, which this government has done little to combat, here's a simple question. What relief, if any, can seniors expect from this UCP government?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, $6.7 billion being invested in supporting seniors by this government, Mr. Speaker. The largest continuing care capital expansion in the history of the province being led by this government, Mr. Speaker. Constant day-to-day effort to be able to make sure that seniors aren't left inside acute care beds where they don't belong, but instead are in safe continuing care homes. That honourable member was a minister who built no new continuing care homes, Mr. Speaker. Built no new housing when she's in charge of housing, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I say over and over in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, my job's easy. I hear what the NDP want to do. I do the opposite, and it works every time.
Honourable member.
Given that this UCP government is too busy blowing up the province's budget to lift a finger to help ease the financial burden being placed upon seniors, given that they prefer to deal with their $9.4 billion deficit by cutting services and raising taxes on seniors, and given that the Premier herself is too preoccupied with globe-trotting on private jets, accepting lavish gifts from princes, and staying in 7-star luxury hotels to worry herself too much about the struggles average Albertans are facing. Why should Albertans put up with this entitled UCP government?
Mr. Speaker, again, I've been very clear on the unprecedented investments that this government is making in this space. But if we really want to talk about why things are challenging, particularly in our largest city, for individuals to pay their bills, it's because the Leader of the Opposition increased their property taxes when he was mayor by 81%, Mr. Speaker. It's because he could not be bothered to listen to his officials and fix the pipes. And the good people of Calgary are now having to pay for that and ration water, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's much of an argument here. Albertans have spoken many times. They've rejected the NDP's ridiculous philosophies, and they want this side of the House work because it's working for Albertans.
Next set of questions belongs to Calgary Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Calgary, Falconridge are proud Albertans. And while they come from all different walks of life and many places around the world, one of the things they share in common as Albertans is their love for Canada. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are tired of this government's refusal to denounce separatism. Hundreds of thousands of Albertans have already signed a petition calling for just that. Why won't anyone in the UCP caucus have the courage to stand up and simply say, I denounce separatism?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the members opposite and all members of this chamber that the Alberta government believes in a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, one that is respected by the federal government. And because of the pressure and the advocacy of our Premier, we have now signed a historic memorandum of understanding to get our world-class products to market and increase investment attraction right here. Investment attraction, like P&H Milling Group, with a $241 million flour milling facility right here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. The investments just keep coming. The members opposite don't know what they're talking about.
Honourable member.
Given that thousands of my constituents took great effort to make the journey to live in this country, given that they worked hard to fulfill their dreams of becoming Canadian citizens by living and working here in Alberta, why is this UCP government willing to put their dreams on hold just to cater to people who want to pull Alberta out of Canada instead of making our country better?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta continues to lead the country in economic growth, in job creation, and investment attraction, all because we believe in fighting for Alberta's best interests, the low taxes we have, a fair deal within the province. And it's that advocacy, Mr. Speaker, that has led to investments like New Coal's $222 million facility in Coaldale. Rural Alberta, Mr. Speaker, everybody's feeling the love from this government. Why won't the members opposite get on board?
The honourable member.
Given that my constituents in Calgary, Falconridge are still struggling with targeted extortion, skyrocketing insurance costs, and record-high gas prices that this UCP government has done nothing to address, given that incidents of targeted hate against immigrants, including small business owners in Northeast Calgary, are on the rise, and given that this UCP government is too busy defending lavish gifts of golden cats and private jet trips with Saudi royals, when will the UCP end this separatist distraction and finally listen to my constituents and all Albertans?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by saying, of course, we condemn violence in any form against any member in Canada or anywhere around the world. It's totally unacceptable. But this government is focused on economic migration to continue to support the growth that we've seen as a result of the leadership of our Premier in this government to attract investment, Mr. Speaker. The only struggling the members of Calgary Falconridge are having is the fact that they're represented by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to fight for all Albertans, Mr. Speaker. Why won't the members opposite do the same?
The member for Vermilion Lloyd-Minster Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, demand for electricity in our province is growing, both because of our growing population and emerging innovative technologies like AI data centres. While these energy-intensive data centres provide new opportunities, they're also creating concerns for reliability of the power that families, businesses and communities rely on. Can the Minister of Affordability and Utilities reassure folks in my riding that our government is prioritizing the reliability of electricity now and into the future?
Utilities and affordability.
Mr. Speaker, and to the member for his tremendous advocacy, putting his constituents first. Our government has been clear right from the very beginning that data centres will not compromise the reliability of the power that Albertans depend upon. That's why we made changes to prioritize projects that bring their own power to offset what they might draw from the grid. At the same time, through cost causation principles, we're ensuring that the industry, not Albertan ratepayers, pay for power infrastructure upgrades, also protecting affordability of power that Albertans pay for.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that the Alberta Electric System Operator has received over 19,000 megawatts of connection requests from data centre proponents, and given that not all interested data centre proponents will be able to connect to the provincial grid due to the capacity constraints, can the same minister explain how our government is helping data centres meet their energy needs through planning, development and alternative supply options?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the member. To be a destination of choice, you need to give data centres choices to meet their energy needs, and that is exactly what we're doing. We've made changes that require centres to bring their own generation to our grid, protecting the reliability of power that Albertans rely on, while speeding access to market for industry. Generators can also build on-site generation with the ability to sell the excess power to the grid, further supporting reliability and further supporting Albertans and Alberta ratepayers.
Hear, hear. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that these large-scale AI data centres can require hundreds of megawatts of power to operate reliably, and given that some of these projects can potentially consume as much electricity as the entire city of Edmonton on their own, can the same minister explain how this government is encouraging investment and growing power generation to meet the needs of data centres and Albertans for generations to come?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the greatest barriers to investment was the federal government's clean electricity regulations. They were disastrous for investment. With the work of our government and our Premier and getting those suspended, we've unlocked up to $18 billion of private natural gas generation investment. Capital Power's CEO, Avik Dey, had this to say, that it was an absolute game changer, and that's going to make Alberta more attractive, not less. We're making responsible choices that will make sure our grid is reliable for generations to come and continue to put Albertans first.
Jim belongs to Calgary Edgemont.
Breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women, with approximately 1 in 7 Alberta women expected to develop breast cancer in their lifetime. The fear and dread when you know something is growing inside of you that shouldn't be. That is spreading, and the longer that you wait, your chances get worse. But only 30% of breast cancer surgeries are completed in the recommended time frame because under the UCP, wait times are increasing. Why has the Minister for Primary Care failed to get Alberta women reduced wait times for breast cancer treatment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And breast cancer is a very serious issue for women, and it's why we have increased the screening. We were, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the very first province in all of Canada to lower the age for breast cancer screening to under 50. We're actually going to be making an announcement shortly to lower it even further, but I don't want to preempt that. We are also seeing an increase in the number of women getting screened. Since 2020, we've had a 104% increase in the women that are getting their mammograms. That's good news, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Given reduced investment upstream almost always means higher demand downstream, more emergency presentations, more advanced cancer diagnosis, longer hospital stays, and growing pressure on oncology. Given that early detection is the best way to reduce wait times, but the UCP is cutting the very programs that help catch cancer early, leading to later diagnosis. Will the Minister of Primary Care immediately reverse the UCP cuts to cancer screening, prevention, and diagnosis, and get women, Alberta women, the breast cancer treatments that they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I have to correct the member opposite. There were no cuts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're increasing the amount of screening that we're doing, not just for breast cancer, but also for colorectal cancer, for lung cancer, for cervical cancer, and for prostate cancer. Mr. Speaker, we've added investment over the years, and we're going to continue to add that investment because the earlier that we can catch these cancers, the better prognosis and diagnosis for people in Alberta. And we want the best for Albertans, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to do that.
Calgary Edgemont.
Given that when the Alberta NDP was in government, they knew prioritizing early detection would make treatment of these cancers more successful, and given that the Alberta NDP government built a comprehensive cancer centre for that reason, and given that this government just tabled a $9.4 billion deficit that fails to properly fund ways to speed up cancer surgery, screening and research, why has the Minister of Primary Health failed to prioritize the urgent needs of Alberta women cancer patients? Where did the money go if it's not for reducing wait times?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite do not know what they're talking about. We have increased our screening program significantly, and we're going to continue. I also want to show that in cervical cancer screening, we're transitioning to HPV testing because it's a more effective approach that detects risk earlier than the PAP test. We are expanding access by further launching an HPV self-sampling pilot, Mr. Speaker. We're going to include the lung cancer screening. We've got a mobile unit, Mr. Speaker. We never had that before.
Question belongs to the honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview.
Mr. Speaker, the USP government's obsession with pulling Alberta out of the CPP is a bit like Groundhog Day. It just keeps coming back and back again and again, despite the crystal clear message from Albertans, hands off our pensions. But this Premier will do anything to keep her shaky separatist coalition together, even if it means gambling with decades of pension contributions of Alberta's workers. But perhaps a reminder is necessary. Pension contributions are not the government's money. Will this Minister of Finance finally listen to Albertans and commit once and for all to leaving Albertans CPP alone?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've been through this many times, and I think that the only people that are talking about this are the members opposite. We've been quite clear with the legislation that we've brought in previously that ensures that if ever an Alberta pension plan would be considered, it would have to be after a referendum and would have to prove to be beneficial through benefits and contributions, and the entire withdrawal of the asset would have to be used for the pension plan itself. And as you can see in my mandate letter and what we're working on today, none of that work is going on.
Honourable member.
Given that the Alberta Next panel called for a referendum on pulling Alberta out of the CPP, a referendum no one but separatists want, and given that the Premier has already planned 9 constitutionally questionable referendums this fall, and given the Premier has already catered to every other whim from a radical separatist base, why isn't the Premier therefore calling a referendum on the CPP? Is it because the Premier knows they would lose?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I'm just making a mental note that the NDP is asking for a referendum on CPP. I think that's very interesting from what I've heard. But as I just said, we're not doing work in that regard. We've ensured that it's protected from the future, and if it was ever to be looked at by a future government, it would be done appropriately for the benefit of all Albertans, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know how much more clear I can be, but as the Premier's mandate letter to me, the work we're working on, we're working on making life more affordable for Albertans and making sure we have the best economy in this country.
Beverly Clairview.
Given that more clear is probably a good thing, given that seniors are demanding their CPP be protected, and given that the vast majority of Albertans have told the UCP in their own survey that they do not support pulling out of the CPP, and given that the UCP is calling a referendum on pretty much everything under the sun except the CPP, will this government finally tell seniors and workers and make it clear they will never pull us out of the CPP?
The Minister.
Feels a little repetitive, Mr. Speaker, but it's their time, and I'm here to help, so we'll do it again. We're focused on affordability. We're focused on having the strongest economy in this country. We've been clear with the work that we've done previously, that if this was ever to be considered, it would have to be for the benefit of Albertans, and it would have to get through a referendum. And as you've seen with the questions that are being proposed for a potential referendum, this isn't one of them. So as I've said, the only people that are talking about this are the members opposite, and maybe if they'd quit working people up and fear-mongering, we wouldn't be having this.
Next question belongs to the honourable member for Fort McMurray Wood, Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over 10 years since the scourge of illicit drug consumption rocked Alberta, and what a horrific experiment that's been. As a former first responder who has actually dealt with overdoses, it's difficult to witness this proliferation of addicted victims roaming the streets, living in tents, filling the streets with garbage and feces, unchecked violence, and the mental health issues that were compounded by these mind-numbing lethal drugs. To the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, can you clarify what Alberta's Conservative government's policy is on safe supply and addiction?
The Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Our government has been very clear. There's no such thing as safe supply, and we'll never have it in Alberta. It doesn't matter if they come from a pharmacy or a drug dealer. Opioids are highly addictive and very potent. They are not safe. We know that the failed experiment in Mesilla flooding communities with more drugs is not the solution. The solution is to get people treatment and help them get their lives back. And that's exactly what we're doing with our Recovery Alberta model, building a comprehensive continuum of care prevention, intervention, treatment, recovery that helps more people pursue recovery.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that answer. Given that British Columbia's NDP government took a different path, they experimented on vulnerable people with deadly opioids. They stopped the criminalization of the drug distributors and possessors and allowed consumption in their streets and hospitals. And given that as a result of this, hundreds, if not thousands, of Canadians had their lives changed forever. We took a different path. To the same minister, can you clarify what evidence or data or evaluations that led to Alberta taking a different tact in regards to addiction?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you for the question. Alberta's approach is grounded in evidence, outcomes, and a clear focus on recovery. Addiction is a healthcare issue, and the goal must be to get people well. By expanding access to treatment and introducing innovative, evidence-based programs, more people have recovered. For example, the award-winning virtual opioid dependency program supports thousands of people each year. We've already opened hundreds of new addiction treatment beds across the province. This focus on recovery is working. Alberta continues to see an overall downward trend in opioid-related deaths, with a 39% reduction since 2023.
Fort McMurray Wood, Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given that whether it's in Toronto or Vancouver, drug consumption sites attract drug dealers. They expose citizens to violence and have increased rates of theft in adjacent neighbourhoods. Further given, these sites have not demonstrated any statistics that drug consumers are seeking help and thus failing in their primary philosophy that people will seek help at these places. To the same minister, in light of this evidence and ultimately our objectives, why did the government ultimately choose to shut down sites rather than reform or relocate or try and improve?
Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drug consumption service sites do not break the cycle of addiction, they prolong it. These sites were introduced as a temporary measure at a time when treatment options were limited. Since then, our system of care has evolved significantly, and we have better data to make evidence-informed decisions. Real change comes from recovery-oriented supports that helps people reclaim their lives and rebuild relationships and restore wellness. Alberta chose to redirect funding into expanded treatment, medical detox, recovery supports, and outreach teams that connect people directly to this care. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe addiction is a
In 30 seconds, we will continue with the daily routine. Introduction of bills. Is that what we got to go?
The bills.
The honourable member for Grant Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce Bill 207, the Primary Provincial Industries Recognition Statutes Amendment Act 2026. Mr. Speaker, when Alberta students graduate from grade 12, they do so having learned the knowledge and skills required to be more confident and productive members of society. Bill 207 ensures that they also graduate with the knowledge and understanding of our province's primary industries that frankly make up this education possible. Bill 207 also proposes to establish Fossil Fuel Recognition Day annually on February 13th. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move first reading of the Primary Provincial Industries Recognition Statutes Amendment Act 2026. Thank you.
Honourable members, the honourable member for Grande Prairie has moved first reading of Bill 207, the Primary Provincial Industries Recognition Statutes Amendment Act 2026. If you agree with the first reading, please now say aye. Aye. If you are opposed, please now say no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Bill 207, Primary Provincial Industries Recognition Statutes Amendment Act 2026 is now read a first time.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview on behalf of the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the member for Calgary Buffalo, I rise to request leave to introduce Bill PR1, the Ranchman Clubs Ordinance Amendment Act 2026. And this is very straightforward legislation that amends the Ordinance of the Northwest Territories from 1891 to 92, number 34.
Honourable members, the member for Edmonton Riverview, on behalf of the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo, has moved first reading of Bill PR1, the Ranchman's Club Ordinance Amendment Act 2026. If the Assembly is in favour of the first reading, please now say aye. Aye. If you are opposed, please now say no. The ayes have it. So carried.
Bill PR1, the Ranchman's Club Ordinance Amendment Act 2026, is now read a first time.
The honourable member for Olds, Didsbury, Three Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request leave to introduce Bill PR2, Prairie Bible Institute Amendment Act 2026. This long-standing and well-respected institution has served its community with excellence for many years, and this bill will allow it to continue that work through the granting of degrees. Thank you.
Here. Honourable members, the honourable member for Olds, Didsbury, Three Hills has moved first reading of Bill. The honourable member for Olds, Didsbury, Three Hills has moved first reading of Bill PR2, Prairie Bible Institute Amendment Act 2026. If the Assembly is in favour of first reading, please now say aye. Aye. Or if there are any opposed to that first reading, please now say no. The ayes have it. So carried.
Bill PR2, Prairie Bible Institute Amendment Act 2026, is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Is there any tablings from members? Edmonton McClung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the requisite 5 copies of an article written by Noreen Willows entitled Alberta Can Lower Food Prices by Banning Supermarket Property Controls. And secondly, I have another tabling titled Shifts at Alberta Universities Erode Their Values, talking about the shift away from institutional autonomy in the Calgary Herald article.
Are there any more tablings? Seeing none. Honourable members, the chair of the 2025-2026 Electoral Boundaries Commission, the Honourable Justice Dallas K. Miller, submitted to me the 2025-26 Alberta Electoral Boundaries Commission proposed electoral division areas, boundaries, and names for Alberta final report. And it says here to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, which is me, so I'm repeating myself. So, and that happened today. In accordance with Section 8, Sub 1 of the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act, pursuant to Section 10 of that same Act, I wish to table the appropriate number of copies of the report which sets out the Commission's recommendations for the areas, boundaries, and names of the 89 electoral divisions proposed for Alberta. In so doing, the report is now made public. I am instructing the pages to distribute copies of the report to members of the Legislative Assembly at this time.
Deferred divisions.
Deferred divisions. Here. Okay, points of order. We started even before question period today. The first point of order, as I recall, was at 10:08 a.m. and it was called by the government House Leader, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought some of the language used by the member at the time of speaking was creating disorder, but I'm going to withdraw and not waste our time on this, and let's get to government business.
Okay, this matter is dealt with and resolved. Point of order number 2 was called at 10:28 a.m. by the Honourable, well, let's hear from the government House Leader, or the opposition House Leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker. At that point, a point of order was called because the Minister of Forestry and Parks, who was very vocal with heckling throughout question period today, I will say, but they were by and far parliamentary heckles until when the Leader of the Official Opposition was asking a question in question period and he yelled, "You don't trust First Nations." I called a point of order on that, Mr. Speaker, because heckles like this have been ruled out of order in the past. Those types of 23 HI and J, direct accusations to another member about what they do and do not believe, especially on a topic as sensitive as this. I called that point of order for that reason, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Disagree. Matter of debate.
Okay, well, let's start with what I hope are the agreed facts, and by that I mean the blues. The Leader of the Opposition was asking a question, and part of that was, so it's just a coincidence that all these First Nations happen to contract from the same guy who has no experience in building recovery centres. And it does say an honourable member here without identifying who was the honourable member that says you don't trust First Nations. So somebody clearly said what the opposition House Leader has quoted. Well, it may not be a nice thing to say, but it does seem to be debate. Although it's on the line of, here's the thing, what a long-standing tradition here is you don't get to say what's in other people's minds. And clearly, you're right, I'm thinking out loud here, so you're gonna have to forgive me for that. It does say you don't trust First Nations, so I'm not sure who said it, but if somebody did say it, it was clear, it is a point of order, because you don't get to say what somebody else thinks, including what somebody else trusts or what somebody else distrusts or anything like that. You know, any honourable member that might have said you don't seem to trust, that would actually not be a point of order. And I know it sounds petty, but we have rules here, and that's what the rules here are divided. So, Honourable Government House Leader, I would say to you, it doesn't identify a member that said it, and it doesn't even identify that a member from the government said it. So I'll, without an admission of somebody saying it, I can't call a point of order, but I'll just ask for any response at all. I'm asking if you have a response, Government or Government House Leader.
Without knowing who said it, I have no way to apologize for anyone or on their behalf.
All right, I hope we will remember the part about if we had an identified source of the comment, it would have been a point of order. Another point of order, I think, was called at 10:28 a.m. So I don't seem to have notes on it here by the opposition.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. It was called by a member who's no longer in the chamber, I believe. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I withdraw and apologize, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to be helpful.
All right. Okay. Whatever the issue was, it's dealt with, and that brings us to. It's my time now. That brings us to orders of the day, and if you. Is it deferred divisions? Orders of the day. And all those that wanted coffee can now have it. You could have had it sooner without the points of order. I'll just say that.
Committee of the Whole.
members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. Are there members that wish to join the debate? Seeing the honourable member for Calgary Varsity.
Thank you. I'm rising today to talk to Bill 17, which is just another bill that makes life harder for everyday Albertans. Higher costs, fewer supports, and new barriers to accessibility and essential information. Let's talk about a few specifics. The UCP in this bill will be charging Albertans who want to enjoy a staycation in their own province. With rising costs and so many Albertans needing to have 2 or more jobs just to make ends meet, many will be lucky to even have a vacation this year. This would be a great time to help Albertans vacation right here in Alberta, because many, if they get any days at all, will need to stay close to home. After introducing the $90 per year Kananaskis Pass in prior years, they're now increasing the tourism levy by 2%. It was already 4%. There are many Albertans like myself who are privileged enough that this small increase won't make a difference. But there are many others who can barely afford to feed themselves, to pay their rent, and have rising credit card debt, that this is going to make a huge difference. I remember when I was a child and my family truly were struggling. My father ran a coin laundromat, which meant that he had to be there to open it every morning, close it every evening, and be in and out through the day to keep things clean and tidy. It meant that he could not take vacations because he couldn't afford to have someone else look after these duties. He also worked as an employee cleaning carpets during the day because, like many people today, he had to have 2 jobs in order to feed our family. My mother would take us all on road trips, myself and my 3 siblings, in our old station wagon, and we would stay at motels in lake communities in Alberta and in BC. This was about 1970, so this wasn't the days where you could look up ahead and pre-book your vacation. We would go to a community and look for the places that had no vacancy or that had vacancy signs and stop out front. My mother would go inside and find out what the price would be. $24 a night was our usual goal that I remember, and 25 or 26 was too much, and we would drive on to the next place to find a place that we could afford to stay in. To the people that are already wanting to stay in Alberta and are paying this 4% on top and will now have a 2% increase, this makes a difference. On top of rising gas prices, this will shorten the vacations that Albertans will be able to have or eliminate them entirely. We note that 45% of the revenue that's coming from this tax will be directly from Albertans, not from out-of-province people. The tourism industry are not really benefiting from this tax either. It is going into general coffers. It is a tax. It is really a stealthy way of bringing in a sales tax, where the sales tax is really being applied only to this one industry. It's going to be added with a 6% tax on rental vehicles later on by the end of the year. So again, a sales tax on some things but not on others. Albertans are paying so much and getting so much less. Let's talk about another way that Albertans are paying more. My constituents will increase the greatest increase in property taxes in Calgary that has ever happened. This government has levied this tax through the City of Calgary. The tax increase to my constituents will be in the range of $500 to $1,000 per home just for this government tax increase. Taxes to pay for needed services is one thing, but taxes to pay for crazy spending that we have seen from this government is another. We have seen the Turkish Tylenol debacle, which cost almost $100 million. And now, only with pressure, is this government trying to get back some of that money for what was never, ever received by Albertans. 3 years this has been going on, and now finally, with pressure, they are going to start trying to recover some of the money that never came back. We also had the ideological and ill-thought-out cancelling of the public lab that was already starting construction in Edmonton, followed by the Dynalife debacle, which cost, again, hundreds of millions of dollars. This ends up in why Albertans are being asked to pay more taxes, pay for more things, as in Bill 17. Now we're learning about the hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to Sam Raish and others to pay a premium price for surgeries. We need more surgeries. It's appropriate to put more money into surgeries, but we should not be paying a premium price for the easiest, least complicated surgeries. And money that's going to build recovery centres, and we need recovery centres, but will these ever actually be built? And can we trust that the funds that were paid for these were appropriate? We know the money was spent, but we don't know if we'll ever get anything for it. This government is wasting our tax dollars by paying too much, having very poor oversight, and they should have appropriate oversight of our tax dollars. And in the end, we're not even getting anything for it. We don't have that lab that we know was needed. We don't have medication. Children's Tylenol never was useful. And we're not getting the recovery centres that all this money is going to. This government will recover the losses of their foolish spending by increasing your taxes in a stealthy way because they say they're not increasing taxes, but it will come to you through increased municipal taxes and increased fees and levies all over the place. They continue to waste your tax dollars in so many ways, and Bill 17 is another part of this package. Spend wastefully, deliver so little, pretend to cut taxes but really hide them, and break their own laws by bringing in a third huge deficit for 3 years in a row. At the same time, we need to look at how they've been generating revenue. They've created instability by courting a fringe group who promote separation. They won't even state where they stand on the idea of separation. Businesses need stability, and we're seeing and hearing that businesses are not willing to invest here or come here because of this instability. They also drove away renewable investment. This is another cost that that we're now needing to pay for by this Bill 17. And there's another issue that isn't discussed anywhere here, is that we get a lot of money in federal transfers, and indeed the federal health transfers pay for approximately half of the health budget. And yet the federal government can claw back the funds for anything that was spent on services where citizens pay privately, such as MRI scans or private clinics. And that is a clawback. So we pay 100% tax as Albertans for everything that an individual pays for that they should be getting for covered by this government. So now this government is going to take measures to increase the number of services that will be able to be provided privately, paid for privately, which will increase the clawback by the federal government. And sometimes the clawback, the province can make the case that they are trying to stop this private enterprise from taking Albertans' money for publicly insured services. But when the government are bringing in legislation that actually promotes and allows and brings in a lot more of this private spending, as they will be doing in their recent bills, the clawback is not only going to increase, meaning Albertans pay 100% tax for every penny spent on these private services, but we have no hope of making the case that we are trying to stop it when in fact we are the ones that are bringing this in. So I would like to state that I cannot support Bill 17, which is a way this government are trying to make the revenue that is getting around the high spending that they have forced on Albertans. And I will turn this over to one of my colleagues.
Are any other members to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Riverview. My apologies.
Madam Speaker and Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to join debate on this bill. So certainly it is an omnibus bill, and we see these more and more frequently by the UCP, and these are bills that alter several pieces of legislation, and some of them may not be related to each other, and certainly I think for the Albertans watching and interested in the legislative affairs, and certainly for us as opposition, this makes it very difficult to debate these kind of bills because, you know, there may be some aspects that we agree with and some we don't, but it also just mashes together a whole bunch of stuff that really should be distinctly looked at. So I just want to put that on the record again, that this is an omnibus bill that has several pieces of legislation are being changed, and they include tourism and sport, technology and innovation. These are the ministries that are affected: children and family services, labour, assisted living and social services. So that's a fairly long list for one bill to be addressing, and it's not the best way to put forward legislation. I'd like to speak first of all about the Alberta Caregiver Credit, and this is of course assisted living and social services. And so this revision or amendment in the legislation means that no longer will Albertans be able to claim a credit for their parents or grandparents over the age of 65 who live with them. So this has been an opportunity to support people who are caring for their loved ones who are aged in their homes, and it kind of flies in the face of many of the values that certainly we as the NDP espouse, but certainly I've heard this many times from the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services and many members in the UCP caucus, that seniors, they want to support seniors to age in community. And so this actually makes it more difficult for that to happen. So these two things are incongruent. And I'm just wanting to point that out to the UCP because I think that's not what they want. Because certainly I've heard repeatedly from them, from the minister in this area, that actually it's better if seniors can age in their communities, age connected to their families. That's a really good thing for our society. And we know not only does it support the mental health of seniors very much, and one of the major issues now is social isolation of many seniors, and we know that creates mental health and health issues. But if people can stay connected in their communities, living with their own families, have support from government, that means that they're probably not as involved in the health system. That means that their mental health, their physical health is better. So, in the long run, it would actually save government money. But so this is quite a short-sighted decision by the UCP in this current budget to take away this opportunity for people to claim this credit. So I just want to point that out so the UCP realizes that, one aspect of their policy is contradictory to this legislation before us. And I also just want to say that, I've heard repeatedly, certainly in budget estimates, but I hear it in this House too, that there's no cuts. There's no cuts in budget 2026. And if we ever identify specific cuts, whoever the minister responsible is will say, there's no cuts in budget 2026. So that's sort of their key messages. But in fact, this is a very clear example. This is a clear cut where people are not being able to claim this as a credit. It has changed the Alberta Personal Income Tax Act so that people no longer have access to this this credit that they used to previously. And I feel it's very short-sighted of the UCP. We know that there's about 875,000 seniors in Alberta currently, and 16% of our they're 16% of our population. By 2031, that's not too far away, it's 5 years, 1 in 5 will be a senior. And certainly, our systems right now, our health systems, our social service systems are overwhelmed. And so this kind of support for families to be able to support people in their homes actually will take pressure off our, public services. So it, again, just sort of flies in the face of what the UCP seems to say that they're doing, when indeed they are not. And so I think that this is short-sighted, and obviously it is something that Albertans can no longer rely on, and some of them may have to make the difficult decision to have their parents not live with them because they can't have that kind of support. So again, I'm just concerned that the UCP is, not understanding that the policies that they seem to believe in are impacted by this, because it's not supporting seniors to age in community. So, there's always opportunities for amendment or change, so I really ask them to look at that and make sure that the legislation that they bring forward is actually congruent with their own values and what they've said publicly. In addition, I'd like to speak a little bit about another aspect, the Child and Youth Support Program. Of course, this was eliminated back in September 1st, 2025, and it's kind of a similar thing too. This supported people to look after kids that for some reason weren't able to be with their biological parents, and it helped with prescriptions. It helped with some funding on a monthly basis to care for these children. And so these are people in communities who have stepped up to support vulnerable children. And again, this should be something that we actually do more to support people, to care for people in their own communities. But again, the UCP is deciding that this program is not doing what they want, and this is the way that they're cutting back. And it always, in the budget presentation delivered by the finance minister, he went on and on about how, okay, we have a $9.4 billion deficit, but we're doing that because we're investing in what matters. We're supporting people. We're keeping programs strong, public programs. We're not cutting. Again, that thing about not cutting. And in actual fact, I guess I would like to say, well, gosh, how come you're not including seniors in what matters? Why aren't you including families who step up to support vulnerable children in your communities? So I don't get it. They said very explicitly that this is a budget that focuses on what matters. So I guess by interpretation, I could say these populations, these families, these vulnerable children, seniors in our communities, they don't matter to the UCP. And frankly, Madam Chair, that's deeply disturbing to me. And these are people on oftentimes very, very low income. And so it's not that, that they are doing well and that they shouldn't have it just because, they're elderly. They should be supported to be able to live in their communities, just as kids who can't go home for different reasons. And certainly, having worked in child welfare earlier in my career, I know that there's many challenges different families face. And when community steps up to support people, they should be supported. But of course, here's another cruel cut by the UCP, and they are not deciding to do that. And so let's move on to another area, which is the accessibility aspect of this bill. So again, the UCP is failing Albertans on this issue. They're removing requirements for certain non-digital communications at credit unions, making it harder for Albertans, especially those facing disability, age-related limitations, or digital barriers to access information and fully participate in their financial institutions. I guess what is today? Earlier this week, we had a golden opportunity in this assembly to actually put forward a private member's bill by the member from St. Albert regarding accessibility, making Alberta actually get up to speed. They are, along with Prince Edward Island, we are the only province in Canada that doesn't have this kind of legislation. So, and then this is just, again, further eroding supports that people in the disability community who want to be independent in terms of their financial matters. And this helps some people that have some barriers in that area. So again, the UCP seems to be picking on the most vulnerable people, seniors, youth, and people who have disabilities. So it doesn't make any sense to me, and it just feels extremely cruel and unfair. And yet with a $9.4 billion deficit, somehow these people aren't included. The Minister of Finance said repeatedly, we're focusing on what matters, we're not cutting public programs because we don't want this on the backs of Albertans. But That flies in the face of reality, and I've just given you 3 clear examples of how the UCP is further cutting programs and making it more difficult for Albertans in an affordability crisis, Madam Chair. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Are there others to join the debate on Bill 17? Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. The Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 17.
Okay, that's good too.
That motion, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 17.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
For third reading, Bill 17, Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. I want to thank all members who rose to speak to this important bill in second reading and provide their thoughts. Madam Speaker, Budget 2026 helps Alberta focus on what matters by focusing on what we can control. This means limiting spending increases and setting clear priorities so taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. It means investing in our healthcare system to meet the needs of a growing and aging population. It means record support for students, teachers, and classrooms across the province. Budget 2026 keeps our priorities clear and supports Albertans who need it most. It provides predictable funding for communities and invests in businesses to support a stronger, more diverse economy. These legislative amendments will help strengthen Alberta's revenue and make practical, targeted updates to ensure Alberta's laws are responsive to the needs of Albertans. These amendments strengthen oversight, streamline operations, and support more flexible and effective program delivery across government. Madam Speaker, at its core, Bill 17 is about balance, protecting affordability for families while ensuring we can continue to deliver the services people count on. It reflects a practical approach to governing in a time when global uncertainty and population growth are putting real pressures on our services and economy. By adjusting the rate for the tourism levy from 4% to 6%, we are charging for services used rather than implementing a blanket tax. This approach allows us to grow revenue without placing additional burden on Alberta families. We're also taking steps to better support caregivers, people who quietly and consistently show up for their loved ones every day. By creating the new Alberta Caregiver Credit and expanding access to an additional 7,500 Albertans, we're ensuring support is more focused and meaningful. This change recognizes the realities families face while directing help where it is needed most. Madam Speaker, Bill 17 also ensures our legislation keeps pace with change. If passed, we're removing outdated provisions from the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act to reflect programs that have already been wound down, keeping our laws accurate and transparent. At the same time, we're strengthening Alberta's position as a place to invest and grow a business. Updates to the Alberta Corporate Tax Act provide clarity for emerging industries like data centres, ensuring investors are rewarded for limiting their burden on our power grid. With a framework that includes rates up to 2% and incentives for reducing grid impact, we're supporting competition while protecting the reliability of our electricity system. We're also making targeted improvements to financial oversight. Amendments to the Loan and Trust Corporations Act will tighten governance and reduce conflicts of interest, while changes to the Credit Union Act enhance regulatory efficiency and strengthen oversight through the Credit Union Deposit Guarantee Corporation. These are practical steps that help maintain confidence in Alberta's financial institutions. Finally, technical updates to pension legislation will make it easier for employers operating across provinces to manage their obligations, reducing red tape and improving consistency. The pensions these changes apply to are governed by joint boards with trustees with equal representation from both employers and unions. This means the decisions to adjust contribution requirements or benefits will continue to require support from workers and employers. Madam Speaker, taken together, these measures are about steady, responsible progress. They support families, strengthen services, and create the conditions for continued economic growth, because a strong economy is one that allows us to invest in healthcare, education, and communities over the long term. With that, Madam Speaker, I encourage all members to support Bill 17. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Madam Speaker, I'll start my remarks on Bill 17 today by saying it probably won't be a surprise to the folks in the House that I will not be supporting this particular bill for a number of reasons, though, Madam Speaker. To begin with, and my colleague from Edmonton Review has already talked about this, the idea that we have again before us an omnibus bill, which of course just sort of collapses a bunch of things together. And as a result, because those things are not necessarily linked together, quite frankly, I think allows for a certain amount of, I don't know if this is quite the word, but a bit of misdirection or a bit of less than being transparent, because it sometimes makes it really hard for the folks who are looking at the bill to really get into the nitty-gritties of each of the particular sections when they are not, in fact, related to one another. And as we know, this particular bill affects a number of ministries, not the least of which is tourism and sports, children and family services, and of course labour. And I'll get to the portion about labour in just a moment. There is a question that is kind of overarching as well. It's that idea of where in fact did all the money go, and particularly when you're talking about the Ministry of Tourism and that tourism levy increase. I spoke about this a little bit the other day, Madam Speaker. That idea that 2% increase on the surface absolutely sounds just fine. It sounds minuscule. It sounds like it won't matter, except that, of course, that it will, Madam Speaker. And one of the reasons why it will matter is because there is no guarantee, knowing that it goes into general revenues, that the money that is gained from the increase and gained from the tourism levy itself will actually make its way into any sort of local coffers. We don't know, for instance, like if I were to go to Canmore and I've got that levy attached to whatever it is I'm spending my money on, do I know that that money is actually going to make it back to Canmore, to that business association, to that construction project, whatever it happens to be? The end result really, Madam Speaker, is a less than transparent tax. And it is indeed a tax. In fact, it's a bit of a consumption tax. And as we all know, consumption taxes don't always work, particularly for those folks that don't have an awful lot of money. Everyone should be able to go to Banff, to go to Kananaskis, to go to Jasper, to go to wherever in the province. But the fact of the matter is, even that 2% for some folks, particularly those who are earning less than, say, $75,000 a year, that extra 2% is actually going to make a meaningful difference to them, and yet it is hidden. And yet, as I said, it doesn't necessarily make it back to those local communities because we have no idea where that money will end up. We do know, of course, because of that levy, it might not actually help the tourism industry. It isn't just about those local communities, it's about the industry itself, Madam Speaker. The minister a few moments ago talked about this particular bill, Bill 17, is going to mean predictable funding, but I would argue the opposite. It's anything but predictable funding because, again, communities, hotel associations, business associations are not going to have any real idea from year to year how many funds are going to come back, if any, to them. They're sort of having to take it on trust. And as we know, Madam Speaker, trust is in short supply where this government is concerned. And I'm certainly hoping that as we go through the debate today as the government gets to the regulations portion of this particular bill, that they perhaps give some thought to the fact that the tourism levy, at the very least, needs to be much more transparent. You know, and you think about the fact that the hotel industry is very, very happy, for instance, about the destination marketing fee, but that's because they know exactly that the money's going to come back to the community, come back to the hotel associations, come back to whatever projects that particular community needs. And so, indeed, we'll come back to the industry itself. But again, Travel Alberta has no idea, Madam Speaker, how much money is actually going to be coming to them. So this is not predictable. This would be the opposite of predictable, Madam Speaker. And certainly this particular industry, because it is a growing industry and it is one that has been important to Alberta for a number of years, deserves the same consideration that the government gives itself. They should be assured that the levy will be reinvested in Alberta tourism, whether it's through Travel Alberta or whether it's through municipalities itself. And particularly, Madam Speaker, when we consider how much potential money is involved in such a small change, in that 2% change. We know the levy revenues will increase, so we are talking potentially millions and millions of dollars every year. And so again, one could forgive Albertans for asking where exactly is all the money going, and being told it's going to general revenue, Madam Speaker, with a kind of a general promise to invest, isn't good enough. And I certainly appreciate the fact that the hotel owners and hotel associations were hopeful in the beginning in terms of transparency. They had a previous really lovely relationship, but I do know that this is a real bone of contention for them. It's a real point of concern, Madam Speaker. And the issue as well is that if everything is deferred to regulations, then things aren't being done in a transparent manner in any case. You can't just say we're going to push it off to regulations without actually having talked to the people who are going to be dependent upon this sort of revenue. So again, how will the tourism levy actually be applied? How will it be spent? How will tourism operators and residents know if those tourism dollars, if any portion of the local levy are being returned? What assurances will they have? What data will be collected and then, one hopes, provided to those local operators, Madam Speaker? All that these folks are going to be left with, Mr. Speaker, all that they're going to be left with is an awful lot of uncertainty. Assurance isn't enough. Assurance isn't enough. Now, what I'd like to do is move on to the issue of the employment pension plan changes, which I think are somewhere about page 3 of the Act. I think I'm not completely certain about that. And at its surface again, it is one of those things, Mr. Speaker, that seems just fine. That notion that some of the pension investments that the people make may need to be adjusted, that employers and employees will be talking to each other about all these sorts of things again. It sounds fine. But because Bill 17 allows employers to convert those negotiated cost pension plans into target benefit plans, there is a little bit of risk. It isn't simply a small technical adjustment, because that negotiated cost-benefit plan has in most cases been negotiated through the bargaining process. In most instances, those agreements are made in good faith. There's a commitment on the side of both the workers involved in that bargaining as well as the employers involved in the other side, Mr. Speaker, that there's a commitment. They're all working in good faith because they all understand, in fact, that pensions are a really good thing. Every single Albertan should be able to access a pension whenever they decide to retire, and furthermore, that pension should be a livable pension. And that's one of the reasons why, of course, we have defined benefits pensions, because it provides that guarantee on a monthly basis. And you're not only provided that guarantee on a monthly basis, you're provided for the entire length of your lifetime, as opposed to a defined contributions pension, which for someone like me would simply not work, not being great at investing, say. And if you want to talk about, people not being sure about things, I would much rather be sure that I'm going to get a particular amount of money in my retirement year so that I'm not impoverished than to run out, which I know can happen. But the issue with the target benefit plans, of course, is that it allows employers in times when they decide they need to reduce those accrued benefits. But these aren't speculative future earnings. These are the pensions that these very Albertan workers have contributed to during the course of their work life. They've contributed year after year from paycheck to paycheck. And the idea, again, Mr. Speaker, is that the exchange is dignity in retirement. They get to go visit the grandchildren. They get to go on trips down to Banff and Kananaskis, perhaps. They get to buy that one last new car. But in the event that those reductions happen, one would hope, of course, that indeed it's a lovely conversation between both those people representing the workers and the employer. But there have certainly been times in the life of pensions throughout North America where situations have been less than ideal. And I think even my own lifetime, that one big one that happened, I suppose, oh my gosh, 30 or 40 years ago, a very long time ago, but was when the Sears pension plan was effectively raided because the trustees of the pension plan decided that the people who are on the board of directors of Sears should get all of the benefits of those pensions that those workers had paid a lifetime into getting. And so when Sears went into insolvency, it meant that workers throughout North America did not get their pension. And it wasn't a matter of their pension simply being reduced by a few dollars, Mr. Speaker. It was a matter that their pension that they had worked for and that they had expected, and that honestly was their money. They had put a portion of each of their savings in each of those biweekly paychecks into that pension, expecting it would come back to them. And suddenly it was not there. There was a promise broken. And quite frankly, that's one of the biggest risks here. Now, I do understand that there are some circumstances where this sort of pension might be a good thing, that targeted benefits pension, particularly when you're dealing with a multitude of employers. And as we know, folks in the construction industry particularly will often work for a number of employers. So the idea of a targeted benefit plans and a little bit more flexibility is a good thing. But again, I worry about the lack of guardrails. I worry about, and I worry about the lack of guardrails overall because there's a generalized lack of transparency where this government happens to be concerned, Mr. Speaker. And because we're dealing with a government that can be, you know, as one of my colleagues termed it, a little bit disingenuous when dealing with legislation and dealing with pensions. And the fact that we hear over and over, like, how dare you have a pension? Well, of course you should have a pension. I do think that we should be forgiven for being a little bit, for lack of a better word, suspicious about this sort of thing and about the reason. Now, again, I do understand that those multi-employer sectors are absolutely in favor of this, and that's a very, very specific sector. That's generally, as I mentioned, construction, unions, where people are working in various different areas of the sector throughout their lifetime. It's important for them, absolutely. But there are no guardrails attached, and we can't be certain that we'll see those guardrails, Mr. Speaker, in the regulations. So it might offer employers a few too many new powers. There was something I saw about trustees being able to sort of make changes, and so I wonder then, when you consider, say, if we have the specter of a government that's in charge of appointing all of those trustees to a particular pension plan and perhaps puts its governmental arm a little bit too close to those particular trustees, if there are no guardrails, quite frankly, I'm a little bit concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. And honestly, it's because that Albertan workers, those folks who have been working for their lifetime, absolutely deserve better. They deserve pension protections that honor their contributions, that safeguard their retirement, and uphold that principle of dignity in retirement. And just very, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I do want to touch on just before I finish here is that idea of that lack of accessibility. And I know it's very, very tiny again, that credit unions maybe don't want, to give out pieces of paper and that sort of thing. But honestly, I'm thinking of my mom here. My mother was an absolute Luddite. Honestly, she barely answered the telephone because it just kind of, I don't know, wasn't like her jam or whatever it was. But so I think about my mom going into a bank and expecting to get a piece of paper to be told, oh, we'll send it to you via your email. My mother never had an email in her entire life. You know, and so she absolutely would not be served by this kind of even if it's tiny, a tiny little phrase in Bill 17. And if they're, again, because we don't seem to be putting up any sort of guardrails and we're having to wait to regulations until everything, you know, is there going to be a clause that talks about exceptions? We don't know, Mr. Speaker, and that's a problem for all the folks out there like my mom. And so as a result of all of these sorts of issues, and because, you know, I just kind of wonder, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a little bit suspicious of things these days, even though I used to be much more optimistic, I just simply, in all conscience, cannot support this bill. Thank you so much.
I will recognize the member for Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to provide some, what for me are additional and maybe some summary remarks on Bill 17, the Fiscal Measure Statutes Amendment Act. And as my colleague pointed out earlier, my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview, this is what we refer to as Omnibus Bill, and it has many impacts on Albertans. This bill reinforces this UCP government's mission to make life more difficult for Albertans. It raises costs for Albertans as they plan staycations to visit their home province. It officially removes supports to vulnerable children. It takes away Albertans' ability to access communications and information from their credit union. It raises the potential of increasing costs for electricity and natural gas. And it adds uncertainty to the retirement plans for Albertans with private pension plans. Mr. Speaker, this bill raises taxes for Albertans. On April 1st, just in time for people making plans for their summer vacation with the family, the tourism levy will increase. In Budget 2026-27, the government will collect $90 million from Albertans visiting Alberta. And let's be clear, this is a consumption tax on Albertans. And we might ask, Mr. Speaker, is the levy being used to support the work of Travel Alberta and bring more international visitors to the province? No, it isn't. Is the levy being used to support municipalities with their infrastructure needs to support visitors? No, it's not doing that either. Is the levy being used to support housing for low-wage workers in the tourism sector? Doesn't do that either, Mr. Speaker. The levy is a consumption tax on Albertans going into general revenue. Perhaps the government needs these funds to make up for the $50 million they paid to Sam Maresh for Turkish Tylenol that never showed up. While this bill increases the tourism levy, it does provide relief to data centre developers. The bill amends the data centre levy, clarifying that data centres that build their own source of power or not connected to the grid won't have to pay the levy. They also might not be paying corporate taxes if they're registered in another jurisdiction. No revenue to the Government of Alberta. We should be ensuring that any investment in Alberta provides benefits to all Albertans. Data centres come with risks. If we look at the jurisdictions south of the border that have rushed into data centre development, we've seen the risks around the consumption of water, noise, increasing utility bills. And to offset this risk, the government is racing toward investments that might not pay any direct revenue benefit to Albertans. Mr. Speaker, that just doesn't make any fiscal sense. This bill removes references to the Child and Youth Support Program, perhaps to avoid any legal issues for having defunded a program that is technically still in existence. It is unfortunate that the government hasn't taken steps to protect themselves from being sued by international coal companies looking to mine the eastern slopes. The Child and Youth Support Program was defunded in 2025, Mr. Speaker. As they looked for ways to save money, this UCP government took money away from those caring for children when the parents or guardians were unable or unwilling to care for the child. Interesting choice to not support those who are stepping up to be caregivers, keeping children out of government care. It was wrong to defund that program, and it's wrong to strike it from existence today, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes it more difficult for credit union members to receive information and participate in their cooperative. Again, as we just heard from my colleague, the MLA for Beverly Clareview. And, you know, this is the same. I'm experiencing the same. My mom used to be using emails until about a year ago. And when her cognitive abilities kind of diminished to the point where she could no longer be processing emails. And I think we also need to worry, you know, as we see more and more digital fraud happening, why should we be facilitating the movement towards digital services and taking away paper services, which actually do a lot to protect, especially our aging population, against fraud, Mr. Speaker? And all of this can be done without the members' consent, the credit union members. We should think that, you know, it's not just people that struggle with digital services, but we also need to think about the people who don't have access to digital services. Not everybody in this province has access to digital services, and we should be thinking about them. This all on the heels while the UCP government voted down our Bill 206, the Accessibility Alberta Act. This bill reinforces that accessibility is simply not a priority for this government. This bill also implements the government's plan to, I talked about data centres already. Finally, this bill allows pension administrators or employers the ability to reduce accrued benefits to pension holders. Again, as my colleague from Beverly Clareview pointed out, the risks to workers, meaning benefits previously earned, benefits that those workers paid into, could be just taken away from them without their consent. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, pensioners need better protection than what is offered in this bill. We have seen across this country and across North America, time and time again, when companies declare insolvency, workers lose all of their rights. We have seen in so many examples through history of workers' pension plans just being wiped out. All of those years of contributions gone. Mr. Speaker, they deserve better protections. And so for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill, and I encourage all members of this House to vote no to Bill 17, the Fiscal Measure Statutes Amendment Act. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to make comments? Seeing none, the Honourable President, Treasury Board waives making closing remarks. The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance has moved third reading of Bill 17, Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The motion is carried.
Government bills in order, Bill 17, Fiscal Measure Statutes Amendment Act 2026 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 20, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026. Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to rise today and move third reading of Bill 20, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026. Bill 20 will provide authority for the government to pay from the General Revenue Fund for additional costs that are not already covered or otherwise provided for during the current fiscal year. It includes $326 million in expense funding $202 million in other financial transactions, $18 million for capital investment, $18 million for the offices of the Legislative Assembly, and $734 million in expense transfers. These estimates are about making sure we follow through on the commitments already made while responding to emerging pressures in a thoughtful way. Alberta is growing, communities are changing, and pressures on services are evolving. This legislation recognizes that reality and provides targeted adjustments where they're needed most. Mr. Speaker, responsible government requires flexibility. Budgets are built on the best information available at that point in time. But over the course of a fiscal year, new priorities emerge, new challenges confront us, and the government is expected to act. From wildfire season to legal obligations to increased demand for services, these changes reflect the challenges we faced in the 25-26 year. This bill ensures Albertans' needs were met without the delay of waiting for the next budget. A great example of this is our investments in wildfire response. Every year, Albertans see firsthand how wildfire seasons are becoming longer and more complex. This legislation supports proactive steps, including investment in water bombers and emergency response capacity. There are practical decisions that protect communities, livelihoods, and Alberta's beautiful natural environments. Mr. Speaker, this bill also supports families and communities in tangible ways. It invests in early learning and childcare, helping make life more affordable for parents. It strengthens support for seniors, improving access to care and quality of life. And it enhances mental health and addiction services, particularly for young Albertans. These are not abstract commitments, these are real supports that Albertans rely on every day. There is also a clear focus on safety and justice. Funding for legal aid helps ensure access to justice remains fair and accessible. Investments to combat gangs and organized crime strengthen community safety. And continued support for victims of gender-based violence reflects a long-term commitment to prevention and support. Another important aspect of this legislation is economic resilience. Alberta's economy is strong, but it is not immune to global pressures. Targeted funding for skills training and workforce development helps workers and industries adapt to changes such as tariffs and shifting markets. This is about preparing Albertans not just for today, but for the opportunities ahead. I also want to address the question of fiscal responsibility. Albertans expect their government to manage public dollars carefully, and rightfully so. This bill reflects that expectation. Many of the increases are offset by federal funding or revenue adjustments. Others respond to obligations, such as legal settlements. At the same time, transfers between ministries ensure resources are aligned with where services are actually delivered, improving efficiency without increasing overall spending unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, this is a practical, measured piece of legislation. It does not speculate. It responds clearly and directly to the needs in front of us. Through the Speaker, I ask again that all members support this bill and help the government move forward with funding Albertans' priorities. Thank you.
Any others wishing to speak? The member for Edmonton, Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to rise and add a few remarks to our debate on Bill 20. Most, but likely not all, of my remarks will touch on those items having to do with legislative offices, since we didn't get a chance to really talk about those before, and they are found on page 3 of the bill. And I will say that I'm a very new member to the committee. I was only appointed in November, so that time that I've spent there in the last, 4-ish months, 5 months now, has been, I would say, illuminating, and as with all things in this House, certainly an opportunity to learn. As a teacher, I do appreciate that, but it's also been an opportunity to learn a little bit more about this UCP government's priorities, and in the case of the committee, kind of weighing those priorities set against the work of each of these independent offices of the legislature itself. The offices, of course, Mr. Speaker, are independent for a reason, because they're meant to serve as a bit of a vanguard, more than just a backstop. They act on behalf of all Albertans. They act always in Albertans' best interests, and from that vantage point, they provide a bit of a system of checks and balances, if you will, because they get to tell the Alberta government, but of course Albertans themselves, what impact, if any, the work of this particular government is having on those individual Albertans, those things that the government might have forgotten. They provide consistency in their approach. They provide a sense of professionalism, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, they provide, and I think that this is really, really important, they provide a different lens, a lens that this place wouldn't necessarily employ when considering some of those impacts, Mr. Speaker, of government policy. And in my head at the moment, I'm thinking primarily of an office like the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate. They have an opportunity to provide that information from a sense of unabashed honesty. It's simply the data that they've collected over time. They work always from a position of integrity, and perhaps most importantly of all, they absolutely remove that opaque veil that too often from this government seems to be in front of all things, because they operate as well from a position of transparency, because quite frankly, that's what they're legislated to do, Mr. Speaker. That is their job on behalf of each and every Albertan. And having been part of the meetings in these last few months, and as we know from the supplementary supply estimates for legislative offices, the bulk of these asks are as a result of collective agreements and as a result of needing to ensure that people in these offices, these public servants working incredibly hard on everyone's behalf, are paid appropriately. However, there are a couple of instances where it isn't just about salary, it's also about the very basic part of budgets, and it's about resources. It's about equipment. And sometimes, of course, those resources do in fact involve people. And for each of those offices that are listed on page 3 of this particular bill, I do want folks to know that the Auditor General, the Ombudsman, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Ethics Commissioner, the Child and Youth Advocate, and the Public Interest Commissioner, every single one of them, before they approach the committee for these necessary funds, they had already done what they could to ensure, and in one instance, one of the commissioners talked about their budget being a bare bones budget. It was streamlined to the effect that they simply could not take any more funds, and if they did, it would mean layoff of people. But already they had already, in the case of the Auditor General's office, for instance, over the last number of years, they've already cut 5% of their expenses. So they've already done the work in advance to ensure that aspect of being focused on integrity on behalf of the work that they're doing, Mr. Speaker. And as I said more than once, they underscored the fact that there was simply nowhere else to cut. And if the supplementary requests weren't going to be provided, as we see them here in Bill 20, that it would mean that they either would have to put off work, or in the case of the Chief Electoral Officer, that the next election would end up being encumbered with the money that wasn't provided to them. So you've got the specter of them really sort of being in debt themselves when they are in fact not able to be in debt. And when speaking of the Auditor General's office, the Auditor General was very, very clear when he said to the committee that if the supplementary amount of $4 million wasn't granted, then it would have a real immediate effect on the work that his office would be able to do. Because he was at the time, and this was peaking November, December, beginning to enter into contracts with folks who would assist, for one thing, in preparing the consolidated financial statements of the government. Because on occasion, the Auditor General contracts out so that they have people with specialized experience in those sorts of things. And their workforce can't always supply the specialized workforce enough for a particular reason, like financial consolidated statements. On occasion, it's because there's a performance audit and they, again, need that specialized workforce. But again, the Auditor General was very clear. If he wasn't able to contract with those folks without getting the original supplementary ask, which we see here, then what it would mean was that he wouldn't be able to enter into a contract. If you can't enter into a contract when you're expecting to, particularly when the person you're entering into the contract is also expecting that, but then you have to do it a few months later, it's actually going to be a little bit more, or perhaps a lot more expensive. And that was a real issue. And certainly we don't want any of these offices of the legislature to sort of be working in a cost-prohibitive fashion. We don't want them to expend too much. So when the Auditor General came before the committee to ask for exactly that, unfortunately, they were essentially turned down the first time, which made meant that there was a delay, Madam Speaker, which of course meant that in the end, when they were given the supplementary request in December, what do you know, everything costs more money all of a sudden because they had to delay the signing of those contracts. And not only that, one of the things that the Auditor General and his staff talked to us about was that they might have to, because of that delay, go back to these agencies, and I'm speaking primarily of the new healthcare agencies that have been established, Madam Speaker, might have to go back to those agencies and say, I'm sorry, I can't actually do your audit because I actually don't have the people to be able to do the audit, despite the fact that the office had been asked to do those particular audits. And so it isn't just a matter of bolstering the workforce. It isn't just a matter of making sure that there's a new computer system. It's a matter of making sure that the accounts that are provided not only to this legislature, but also, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, to all the people of Alberta, are provided in both an efficient and effective manner, but also a manner that is proper. And so with the idea that they perhaps might not get that supplementary expense that they had asked for, it was a little bit disconcerting to me, to say the least. One of the other things that happened as well, of course, has to do with the Chief Electoral Officer. And again, as a new member of the committee, I was really taken aback with some of the questions that were asked. Now, I'll just reference again page 3 of the bill, Madam Speaker. The Chief Electoral Officer's ask was $13,329,000 in terms of the supplementary ask. That is an awful lot of money. But of course, that money was asked for because of the USP government's changes. The changes in the Recall Act, the citizen initiatives, the referendum, and now we know that there will be a referendum in October. As we learned as committee members, each and every one of these things has, I guess, some unintended consequences. Because for each one of these things, the Chief Electoral Officer is required to hire people. If you just think about the Citizens Initiative, the original one that came through, over 400,000 signatures, the Chief Electoral Officer was required by legislation to ensure the veracity of each one of those signatures on those pages, which meant people actually had to go through the signatures. They had to get to whatever statistically appropriate number might have been to sort of know that, okay, we've gotten here, it's likely that the rest are verified as well. So that means people. That also means they required a place to work. They required equipment that was current. And one of the things that the Chief Electoral Officer and his staff talked to the committee about all those many years, not in years, all those many months ago in November, was the fact that they, in the past, had rented machines, computers and laptops and that sort of thing from Ontario, but were no longer able to do so, which meant that they had to expend them themselves. And that feeds into that $13 million speaker, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that all of the folks at the legislative offices told us was that they have to ask for this money now because, in effect, they have to plan for all eventualities. And they said over and over and over again, if it turns out we actually don't spend all this money, the money will return to the government as money does if it isn't spent. And so, you know, I just need everyone to think about this $13 million figure and the reason for it. If all the recall petitions had been viable, we'd be looking at minor election events in a number of constituencies. That requires people, that requires equipment, that requires time. If any of those recall election events were to be have a, I don't know, I suppose depending upon who you are, a negative or positive result, then we'd be in a position of having by-elections. And there's a possibility, Madam Speaker, of having many by-elections at the same time as having a massive referendum all across the province. This requires time, this requires people, this requires appropriate levels of care. And certainly one of the things that the Chief Electoral Officer didn't ask us for, and quite frankly, when you're talking about referendums, I wish it was in the Act itself, and I know it's not, therefore it obviously isn't appearing here, but that idea that we're going into a referendum where we know there are going to be 9 questions asked, but there is no education component as well. We know that there's lots of mis and disinformation out there. But this particular office, Madam Speaker, doesn't have any sort of a requirement to ensure that the information that goes out to all of the voters in Alberta is appropriate, is correct, whether it's misleading or not. There are no penalties and that sort of thing like exist in other provinces that also have referenda, Madam Speaker. And so if I could wish anything, I would wish that there was actually an additional supplementary expense so that sort of education could actually happen for Albertans. Because if we're going to be asking people 9 questions on one ballot, Albertans should be able to go into that ballot box and to be able to answer knowing that they have the information, but not only that, knowing that they have the correct information, not mis or disinformation. And so while I might support the supplementary supply order on page 3 having to do with the offices of the Legislative Assembly, there is too much, and I'm running out of time, so I won't be able to talk about the rest of the things that I don't support, but nonetheless, Madam Speaker, while I do support the Legislative Assembly offices themselves, I do not support the rest of those expenses in this bill, so I will not be supporting it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise once again and speak to Bill 20. As I said previously, the time spent debating these financial bills is important. It is critical that Albertans are informed of the monies being spent by this government. In this case, the funds being spent by this government that were unanticipated at the time of drafting the budget, the funds that this government received from the federal government to cover costs of critical programs such as supporting victims of gender-based violence. In debating Bill 20, Albertans also need to know that it is the misguided actions of this government, the mismanagement of this government, the entitlement of this government that is resulting in us voting on millions of additional dollars being spent to investigate and manage their mess. 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, Albertans became aware of the ministers of this government accepting and failing to disclose skybox tickets at playoff hockey games in Vancouver. Albertans then learned that those tickets came from Sam Maraish and his employee Sam Jabber. The government then wants Albertans to believe that it is pure coincidence that Sam Maraish was the sole sourced recipient of a $70 million Turkish Tylenol contract, $50 million of which was never received, Madam Speaker. It is also apparently pure coincidence that Mr. Maraish was also the recipient of a sole-sourced, bloated, private surgical contract to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars that then the government had to back away from. When this government was unable to sweep this under the carpet, the issue became a matter of investigation by the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. And this bill highlights that, among others, that work will cost Albertans an additional $4 million. Albertans taxpayers are paying $4 million to investigate the purchasing processes and procedures of this government, Madam Speaker. Albertans also need to be aware that, despite paying $4 million for this work, they decided to release the Auditor General of his position before he could complete his report. He offered to stay on until that report was complete, but the government decided that, I guess, that was not in their best interest. So this $4 million might be a complete waste, with no report ever being finalized or tabled in this legislature. Yesterday, my colleague, the MLA for Edmonton McClung, complimented Mr. Wiley for his work. It is indeed unfortunate we may never see a final report from Mr. Wiley. In debating Bill 20, Madam Speaker, we also heard from my colleagues MLA Schmidt from Edmonton Gold Bar. The MLA from Edmonton Gold Bar, I apologize. The MLA from Calgary Buffalo, asking about the $326 million in supplemental supply to pay for legal settlements against this government, legal settlements by coal companies. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker, it was the UCP government that overturned the 1976 policy that protected the eastern slopes. It was then the UCP government that reinstated the 1976 policy after public outcry. And it was this UCP government then overturned that decision again to allow for applications to mine the eastern slopes. It is the flip-flopping policies of this UCP government that resulted in multiple lawsuits from international mining companies. Lawsuits that, as seen in this bill, have already cost Albertans $326 million. Imagine how many schools we could have already built with $326 million, Madam Speaker. Interestingly, only $238 million of that $326 million is described in Bill 20. The government is yet to tell Albertans where the remaining $78 million has gone. And this government wonders why Albertans are asking, where has the money gone? But the cost of flip-flopping on mining the eastern slopes doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Of course, we will never see the government disclose the environmental or economic costs of the decision. From these activities that will inevitably and irrevocably damage the water that farmers, ranchers, towns and cities depend on. But we have seen a citizen-led petition triggered, and citizen-led petitions and recall petitions are costing Albertans an additional $13 million in this supplemental supply. $13 million the electoral officer needs to process those petitions triggered by the actions of this government, Madam Speaker. It is this government that not only lowered the threshold for petitions, but whose actions motivated citizens to initiate those petitions. Petitions to protect the eastern slopes. Petitions to recall members that weren't listening to their constituents. Even a petition that was signed by 500,000 Albertans compelled to tell the Premier and this government that they are Canadian and they have no interest in Alberta leaving this country. And despite these funds being spent, the UCP government is now dragging their feet in deciding what to do with that petition, Madam Speaker. More money wasted. Madam Speaker, Albertans don't trust this government, and I will not be supporting Bill 20.
Are there others to speak to Bill 20 in third reading? Seeing none, would the minister like to close debate? Honourable members, the Honourable President of Treasury Board, Minister and Finance has moved third reading of Bill 20, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for third reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried.
Bill 20, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026 is now read a third time under Government Bills and Orders for third reading. Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026, the Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 19, the Appropriation Act 2026. Last month to the day, I tabled Budget 2026, a plan that focuses on what matters most to Albertans in the face of a tough fiscal year ahead. We're at a pivotal moment for our province: global economic uncertainty, volatile revenue sources, and managing massive population growth that puts strain on all of our social services. The Appropriation Act 2026 is more than just numbers. It is a reflection of our shared priorities and our commitment to supporting Albertans through challenging times. We know this year won't be easy, but we're prepared to face the challenges in front of us. The funding allocations in Bill 19 balance the realities of our economic landscape with the investments required to ensure a resilient and prosperous future for all Albertans. Alberta's outlook in 2026 is shaped by a shifting global economy and ongoing uncertainty. While growth is moderating over time, Alberta is still expected to lead the country with the highest real GDP growth of the provinces in Canada. Population is forecast to rise by 1.1%, and the unemployment rate is expected to decrease to 6.6%. Oil prices are projected at $60.50 per barrel, with production at 4.2 million barrels a day. Some say these are cautious assumptions. We'd say deliberately so. We're planning responsibly in the face of volatility, including geopolitical unrest in the Middle East. Many say the unrest in the Middle East should make us waver and second-guess our projections for the year. To that, we'd say measure twice and cut once. Our assumptions do not reflect a snapshot in time, but rather months of planning, evaluating, and consulting with industry's best to create careful assumptions that reflect projections for an entire fiscal year. This budget is not only based on conservative forecasting, but it's also built on strong, realistic investments for the future. Budget 2026 includes $34.4 billion to support the full spectrum of health services. This investment is focused on expanding capacity, reducing wait times, and strengthening frontline care. The goal is clear: ensure Albertans can access the care they need when they need it and closer to home. Budget 2026 provides a historic $10.8 billion in operating expense for education. To address growing enrollment and classroom complexity, we're hiring more than 3,000 new teachers and 1,500 educational assistants over the next 3 years. We believe in putting forward practical investments that strengthen classrooms today and Alberta's workforce tomorrow. A strong economy starts with businesses that invest, grow, and create jobs. Budget 2026 supports that growth by providing stable funding to municipalities, investing in infrastructure, and encouraging private sector investment. This is about building an economy that is resilient, competitive, and diversified, one that continues to attract investment and create opportunities across the province. Budget 2026 continues to build the infrastructure Albertans rely on every day. The 2026 capital plan invests $28.3 billion over 3 years. That includes key health projects like the Red Deer Regional Hospital and Cardston Health Centre. It also accelerates school construction with 161 projects underway across Alberta, including 40 this year. These investments support growing communities and ensure Alberta is prepared for the future. Madam Speaker, Budget 2026 focuses on what matters, makes disciplined choices, and takes decisive action to meet our challenges head-on. It invests in healthcare capacity, strengthens education, and invests in the industries and workforce that drive our economy forward. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of the House support this bill so we can continue to support Albertans with responsible fiscal leadership and see Alberta through these challenging times. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In debate this week, my colleagues have made it clear why we cannot support this bill, nor the budget tabled by the minister in this UCP government. This budget will forever be known as the never so much for so little budget. This budget forecasts a staggering $9.4 billion deficit and will double Alberta's debt to $137 billion, breaking their own fiscal framework along the way, all while Albertans ask, where has the money gone? My colleague from Calgary Elbow pointed out that renters in his constituency could face rental increases of $250 a year because of this budget. How, as my colleague from Calgary Curry pointed out, this budget increases educational property taxes to historic levels, increasing costs for the typical Calgary homeowner by $340 a year. You'll pay thousands more each year if you live in Mount Royal, Elbow Park, Alboya, Altadore, Hillhurst, Varsity Acres, or in the constituency of Calgary Foothills, Arbor Lake Estates. The increases in educational property taxes alone wipe out any benefit Albertans would have seen from the personal income taxes introduced last year. Never mind the other 30 increases to taxes, fees, and levies that Albertans will see in this budget. If you want to access apprenticeship programs in Alberta, you'll pay more. If you want to travel to visit your own province, you'll pay more. If you have an elderly family member in continuing care, you will pay more, all while continuing to experience overcrowded emergency rooms and classrooms. This budget reinforces this government's blatant disregard for Albertans when they ask, where has the money gone? So let's recount, Madam Speaker, where that money has gone. $50 million in tax dollars were paid to Sam Raich and MH Care for Turkish Tylenol that was never delivered. $600 million tax dollars were paid to Sam Raich for bloated single-source surgical contracts that had to be cancelled because of the corrupt care scandal. Tens of millions more went to, you guessed it, Sam Raich for construction and operation of recovery centres. We don't even know how much this government has wasted in blowing up AHS to create 11 Crown Corps, each with their own executive teams and boards of directors, which probably one day will be fired given the track record of this government. Why don't we know? Because this budget, this government, doesn't disclose those costs. Just like the Premier's filings with the Ethics Commissioner doesn't show any gifts received or recorded private flights on private jets, sponsored by a Saudi prince. The entitlement and hypocrisy of this government and this budget is astounding, Madam Speaker. They claim to be focused on education when my colleague from Calgary-Beddington points out that this government reveals that they hired only half the number of teachers that they hoped for in 2025. No surprise that when you take away the constitutional rights of teachers, that they may not be rushing to be hired by this government. The claim to be focused on health, when my colleague from Edmonton-Glenora points out that hundreds of thousands of Albertans still don't have access to a family doctor. My colleague from Edmonton-Decore has pointed out that there is not $1 from this budget for the actual construction of any of the hospitals or bed towers that have been promised in Edmonton since this government was elected. Yesterday in this House, we were dared to vote against this budget. This shows the misguidance and misunderstanding of this UCP government, Madam Speaker. They see only my colleagues and I on the other side of the aisle. They fail to see the hundreds of thousands of Albertans that we stand for. The hundreds of thousands of Albertans that are tired of the corruption, the mismanagement, and the entitlement. The hundreds of thousands of Albertans that this government chooses to ignore. Aging Albertans, queer Albertans, Albertans with disabilities, everyday working Albertans that this budget fails to help. This government isn't listening, but we are. We stand for them and against this budget. Albertans deserve better, and better is possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any others to speak to the bill? The honourable member for Calgary-Poular-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to Bill 19, Appropriation Act. Madam Speaker, budget is more than numbers. It's a statement of government values. It's a statement of government priorities. It impacts real people, families across this province. For Albertans, it's supposed to reflect and address their issues, their priorities. And sadly, this budget is not just disappointing, it's completely out of touch with Albertans, their values, their issues, and their priorities. Madam Speaker, the UCP is projecting a deficit of $9.4 billion and a debt of $137 billion. And they have nothing to show for it. Oil prices continue to remain at record high. Yet the UCP has wasted an oil price boom during a boom. The government is spending so much, but Albertans are getting so little. Madam Speaker, we are living in uncertain times, and Albertans are asking for a government that sees them, hears them, and acts in their best interest. Instead, what they have received from this government is a budget that falls short, and in fact falls way short. While ordinary Albertans are told to tighten their belts, while food bank usage is at record high, while people are waiting for cancer surgeries, well-connected insiders of UCP and relatives continue to profit and benefit. While families are forced to make sacrifices and difficult choices, this government makes excuses, refuses to take accountability, takes private jets and golden cats as gifts, and takes no responsibility for issues that are facing Albertans. At every time, questions are raised about their ethics, about their competence, about their financial mismanagement. Albertans are met with deflections instead of accountability. Albertans deserve a full and transparent public inquiry into how these public funds are spent on some of the pet initiatives of this government. Madam Speaker, the number one issue facing Albertans is cost of living. That is what I hear in my office, in my constituency, at events, and wherever my colleagues and I go across this province. And government is failing to address that very issue. Families, as I said, are making impossible choices. They are struggling to make ends meet. And instead of any relief, they are being forced to pay more across Calgary and across this province. In Calgary alone, as my colleague mentioned, that they will be paying $340 more just in property taxes. That's excluding fees for senior and continuing care. Then there are more fees for vehicle registration. There are more registration costs for small businesses. There are fees for trade workers to get certified. And there are lots of traffic fines as well. That's adding and piling on costs to already struggling families. Alberta municipalities, municipal leaders, everyone is asking this government for relief, and what they get in response is more costs through this budget. And they are cutting essentially on the basics. For instance, they are changing seniors' eligibility for their benefits, making life even harder for those on fixed income. There is no meaningful relief on utilities, on food prices, on insurance, or housing affordability. So budget simply fails to deliver. For everyday Albertan, life has been and will continue to become more expensive because of this UCP budget. Madam Chair, let's talk about education. Our classrooms are more crowded than ever before. It's a fact. Teachers are stretched thin, notwithstanding their best efforts. They are overworked and under-resourced. Students, especially those with complex needs, are not getting the attention they deserve. Many students in Northeast Calgary, in my riding, in my quadrants of the city, are being bused to other quadrants for hours. That certainly impacts their learning outcomes, and that certainly makes it difficult for their parents to arrange for transportation and make sure they can get to school and get home safe. And this budget doesn't keep pace with enrollment growth or inflation. In real terms, it's a cut to opportunities, a cut to future, a cut to the very foundation of our province. We should be investing in smaller classrooms, better sports, and modern learning environment. And instead, what we get from this government and in this budget is more announcements of school drawings, school maps, and not actual construction funds. In, for instance, Redstone, Northeast Calgary, when I started as MLA, that neighborhood was getting built. And from 2018, 2019, there is a school site with a board, future school site, and people are still waiting for that school to be built. So again, Minister of Education and this government is not providing construction funding. I'm not talking about the drawing, design, and color funding, construction funding for the new schools in our communities. And I think there's another thing, that this government doesn't believe in public education. On this side of the house, we think that public education is important. It's an equalizer. It ensures that every single child has a fair shot, regardless where they come from, their parental, financial background, and all those things. This government doesn't prioritize, this budget doesn't prioritize public education. And when it comes to health care, it tells the similar story. Premier claimed that they will fix health care in 90 days. This UCP has been in government for 7 years, out of that 4 years under this premier. And what we have seen, that health care have gone worse. People are dying in emergency, waiting for the needed and necessary care. And surgeries are getting delayed. Cancer care is getting delayed. And people are struggling to find family doctors. There are parts of this province where no family doctor is accepting new patient. Emergency rooms are under huge pressure. And the UCP, which always claims to represent rural Alberta, many emergency rooms across rural Alberta are often closed. And what does this budget offer to these problems? Nothing much. Wait time will remain the same in our emergency room after this budget as well. Many rural emergency rooms will continue to remain closed. That this budget will not change anything for those Albertans who are just looking for the basic and needed care. This budget will not change their experience with the health system, which now this government has split into silos, 4 different silos. And often, I guess, ministers even don't know who is responsible for what. So again, this government doesn't believe in public health care, and it's not a priority for them. They would rather see money go to Sam Moraes, go to private surgical facilities, than strengthening the public system, and that is truly shameful. People in my riding, Madam Speaker, are also concerned about their safety and security. As of late, they are worried about extortion. They are worried about crimes and gun violence in their communities. And again, in this budget, we will not see any significant effort to curb the crimes, curb extortion, or gun violence in our communities. Instead, they would prefer to pick fights with the federal government at the expense of public safety and at the expense of safety in our communities. And then, above all, there is another issue, this issue of trust in this government. I have not seen Albertans more skeptical of their government ever before. And the reason for that is that time and again, Albertans have seen decisions made behind closed doors, promises broken, priorities that don't seem to align with their own, and question about whether this government is acting in the public interest or only in the interest of select few, their insiders and their relatives. Right now, government is preparing for 9 referendums. Public money will be spent on some of the most divisive referendums in the history of this country. They are asking now people that they should weigh in on who should get government services and who should be excluded. And again, that will be based on when you arrive in Canada, color of your skin, and all those factors. That is also shameful. Instead of focusing on cost of living, instead of focusing on the crisis in our healthcare, instead of providing for and building school for education, government is wasting money on their political pet projects such as referendums, separatist referendums. They are paving actually way to make sure that people who want to do that, it's easier for them. They have lower threshold for those referendums. They have extended timelines for collection of signature for those referendums. Again, those are not the things that Albertans want their government to focus on. Initially, they said they will not touch Albertans' pension. As soon as they became government, CPP is on the chopping block. They said they will not pursue Alberta Provincial Police Force. As soon as they won the election, that's their project now. They signed a guarantee that they will honor and protect public health care. And we have not seen more proliferation of private healthcare delivery, private surgical facilities ever before in this province. Mr. Speaker, and this budget doesn't help this government to restore trust with Albertan. While on this side of the House, we will continue to focus on what matters to Albertan. We will continue to stand up for affordable life in this province and for everyone. And we will continue to stand up for public education, for public health care, and for a government that is accountable to the people itself. I can't and will not support this budget, and frankly, this budget doesn't help my constituent. This budget doesn't help many Albertans, and I'm sure this budget doesn't help constituents of UCP backbenchers. And if 6, 7 of them grow some spine, we can vote against this budget and give Albertan the opportunity to choose a more hopeful future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $9.4 billion in debt, with $137 billion projected debt. What is clear is that the UCP is bad with money, accepting lavish gifts like trips on private jets or skybox tickets, while racking up debt on Albertans for ideological pursuits like a referendum on the rights of immigrants in this province, all while blaming...
Order! If the two of you want to have a conversation, do it in the back. Right now, the only member who has the floor is the honourable member for Edmonton West Henday. You may proceed.
So accepting lavish gifts like trips on private jets or skybox tickets while racking up debt on Albertans for ideological pursuits like a referendum on the rights of immigrants in this province, all while also blaming the public service for increased costs, which is a line I heard in all of the budget debates. But, Madam Speaker, this government is just showing that it does not know how to prepare for these increases in expected spending. And they wasted a boom during a boom. Leave it to the UCP. But don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, it was not just the public servants' much-needed raises that the ministers have referred to for the increases in their budget, but this government also blamed non-economic immigrants to this province for their lack of investment and support that Albertans have asked this place to provide. And Madam Speaker, this is truly concerning because it is not just the public servants that deserve that raise, but it's because the UCP's inability to, quote, measure twice and cut once, as the Minister of Finance just said. I look at this bill and the associated budget that goes along with it, and I cannot understand how the UCP government has wasted these revenue-rich years on making their buddies richer, while Albertans have no relief from the affordability crisis that every single Albertan is feeling. Whether it is the pinching and scraping that folks need to do when they go to the grocery store, which my learned friend from Edmonton Gold Bar has been rightly calling attention to over the past several days in this chamber, but it's also because it is also utilities that have gone up and insurance rates that are well within the purview of this government. And yet we do not have any meaningful action, whether by legislation or government announcements. Instead, we see this government announce that they want to go after another group in our province, Shame, Madam Speaker. Instead, this government is hiking up the property taxes for the good people of West Henday and an increase in fees and more fees, including fees for seniors in continuing care, who I'm very much looking forward to speaking with during constituency break in a few weeks. And Madam Speaker, this is not a government that is serious about tackling the problems that Albertans task us with in addressing. In fact, it is quite the opposite, despite the UCP's spin. And I look at the appropriation for education or healthcare under 6 sub 3 and 4. And I could tell you that in West Henday, our eyes widen a bit over this move, not because this government is being overly generous, but because we know that the schools at the west end of Edmonton so desperately need are not anywhere near being close for construction. I look at Rosenthal, and the school that has been identified by the Minister of Education to be fast-tracked cannot physically be fast-tracked because the land is not suitable. And I already know that the UCP is willing to blame someone else for this, but it is the UCP's inability to do its due diligence before making these lofty promises to show that they are perhaps doing something. How can Albertans trust this government when they have not just Rosenthal as an example, but let's ask Camrose and the blessed Carlos Acutis Catholic High School. And as a reminder for those watching at home, that this was a school that was built without a road or access to utilities that had to be delayed in opening because of this UCP's ineptitude and not doing their homework. So again, how can Albertans trust this government when they say one thing and do another? Last year, the UCP only hired 522 teachers when the goal was to hire 1,045. And that same year, we saw one of the largest demonstrations of Alberta labourers, of Alberta workers go on strike because of the strain on our education system and the educators that spend more time in their classrooms with our children than they get to spend with their own. And Madam Speaker, I speak from experience. I was raised by a strong single mother who also worked incredibly hard not only to become a teacher, but to also give her students the best possible opportunities, taking from her own pocket to purchase classroom necessities when the school budget would not cover their needs. And I remember very clearly report card time and parent-teacher interviews when I would have to prepare the hamburger helper for my little brothers because my mom spent more days in her classroom than with us. But I also spoke with teachers in West Henday during this strike who were feeling abandoned by the UCP. Madam Speaker, how many teachers do we all need to hear from or have crying in our offices like there were in mine because this government has caused such emotional trauma for workers in this province? So when I see this budget, of course I relay the skepticism that my constituents have while our riding grows. And it's interesting that the proposed boundary report was delivered today, and looking quickly at the numbers, West Henday is the second most populous riding in this province. I'd be remiss not to mention that for my constituents' sake. And what's the largest riding under these proposed boundaries? Our neighbour, Edmonton-McClung. Together, we represent over 120,000 people on the West End alone. Madam Speaker, this puts immense strain on our facilities. And while the UCP are saying they're investing in families and communities, I can tell you that rapidly growing ridings are not feeling it, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I spoke with the owner of So Good in my riding, Rahim Adam, who shared that he is working hard for his 3 children, but they are sharing a 2-bedroom apartment, and his hope with his new business was to give them a better life, an opportunity, but are not feeling this investment that the Minister of Finance speaks about because the UCP are failing Rahim Adam and his young ones and several other Albertans. Madam Speaker, you can see this in other areas that the UCP is failing West Henday, and that is the main hospital that serves our community. The Misericordia Hospital has 0 funding for new beds or the support they desperately need for healthcare professionals to serve the good people of West Henday, but also several other rural Albertans that access this hospital because this UCP government is leaving all Albertans behind with this budget. This 0 funding for new beds and allocation of planning funding for 2 towers does not address the lengthy wait times that Albertans experience at this hospital, not because of a lack of hardworking nurses, doctors, janitors, or administrators' effort that are doing the best with what they've got, Madam Speaker, I know these wait times are not just hyperbole because my partner broke his ribs during session break, and we waited over 12 hours to be able to get an X-ray and the diagnosis from the hardworking professionals in that hospital. Because this is not an exception, Madam Speaker. This is the UCP's Alberta. When Albertans can access the care they need, when they need it in emergent situations, Madam Speaker, that means this budget is failing Albertans. Because a few weeks later, I had the opportunity to tour the Misericordia with my partner, speaking with the hardworking people there. In the emergency room alone, they informally told me that to adequately staff the emergency department, they would need an investment of at least $2 million to close the gaps and address the wait times. And that's just one hospital in this province. But, Madam Speaker, this bill and the associated budget does not match this response adequately. I'm sorry, it just does not. This is why I can't support this bill or this budget, because doing so would be a betrayal of the folks of West Henday who have elected me to be in this place, but also all of those Albertans from across this province, from Fitzgerald to Mountain View. The Minister of Finance just spoke about accessing services when they need it. And let me tell you, spending an entire day in the emergency department in any of our hospitals in this province is not accessing services when we need it. And that's not even touching on the fact that several emergency rooms across rural Alberta are not open for those Albertans to even access health care when they need it. Madam Speaker, this is not, quote, measuring twice and cutting once. This is cutting twice and maybe measuring if it is in any of the minister's opinions, or if they need another trip under the guise of a trade mission. And Madam Speaker, when I look at the ministry that I'm the shadow minister for, I'm truly shocked that the Minister of Indigenous Relations spent $25,000 in January for a trip to India, while the minister is not yet justified for this spend under that ministry. Everyone is asking, did the minister use the same map that Christopher Columbus used? Because we've yet to hear how the Ministry of Indigenous Relations was necessary for a trip on trade to India. This is more than the capital investment that we are supposed to vote for in this ministry alone that this UCP is asking us to vote for in Bill 19. And Madam Speaker, it is for these reasons that I will not support this bill for the UCP's incompetence on display with this deficit budget. While they refuse to address any of the issues that they ask us to address us in this place that Albertans have elected us to do, instead they're entitled, accepting trips, skybox tickets, and who knows what else. But most egregiously, they laugh when they vote down good legislation to implement things like reconciliation or support for folks with disabilities, or to seriously address the needs of Albertans with cancer. Madam Speaker, Albertans deserve a government that works hard for them, that addresses the real issues that they are asking us to tackle. And again, Madam Speaker, it is for these reasons that I just cannot support this bill.
Hear, hear. Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak on Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026. I'm opposing this bill for very real reasons. Alberta families are hurting, and this government keeps missing the marks. Every year, when the budget comes out, Albertans hope for real help with their daily struggles. For 7 straight years, this UCP government has let them down. This year, people had very high hopes because oil and gas, they were strong. Royalties were pouring in. But they got the bigger surprise, a $9.4 billion deficit. And Albertans are rightly asking one simple question: where did all the money go? Right now, families across Alberta face a tough time, and it comes to its affordability crisis. Everyone knows here. Groceries cost more, Utilities bills keep climbing. Insurance is through the roof. Drivers saw their auto insurance rate jump 20% just this January. Many families are cutting groceries, pulling kids from sports just to pay for their car insurance. Electricity and natural gas bills are very painful right now. And what this government giving them solution for auto insurance? Wait till January 2027. We will give you another surprise. Instead of leave, they raised the provincial education property tax from 2.72 to 2.84 per thousand. For typical family, like Maiden Home in Calgary, add about $340 extra every year. And small businesses, they get hit even harder with the higher rates. Madam Speaker, this government has the wrong priorities. When it comes to health care, emergency rooms are in crisis. We are discussing in this House every day. You're asking questions on health care. People are waiting in emergency rooms for hours, 10, 20, 30, who knows. That's why doctors in Alberta are asking to declare public emergency on this real issue. People are dying while in the wait. And we all know Prashant Srikumar, a 44-year-old dad of 3 from here in Edmonton. He went to Grey Nuns Hospital with chest pain. His family waited more than 8 hours. They begged for help. And what did he get? He died in the emergency room. That's not a single story of this province. There is so many people are waiting in emergencies right now as well. What it shows how broken, how crowded our emergency rooms are. But what is this government doing? They cancel the new South Edmonton Hospital. Millions of dollars spent on that project, and this government canceled it. And what they said after? They will not build a new hospitals at all. They talk about the tower at Grey Nuns, but there is no construction money in this budget, no shovels on the ground, no real plans. While Albertans are wait and suffer, nothing changes in this Bill 19. Family doctors are worn out too. They spent 10 to 11 hours every week just on paperwork. That's red tape. This is more than a full day lost every week that could be spent seeing the patients. In some clinics, it's even worse. This means longer wait time for family doctors and more people heading to emergency rooms. This budget does nothing to fix this issue. And the other issue we are discussing in this House every day is schools. Everyone knows classrooms are crowded. Kids learn in hallways, libraries. Teachers are exhausted. In my riding in Edmonton, Ellerslie, families pay extra to live near the nearby the school so their kids can walk to school safely. Now those same kids have to win a lottery just to get in. If they don't win the lottery, they will shift far away into the other neighborhood school. This government turned education into gamble. We do not have single new school under construction right now, even though we need it badly. They promise projects. Those are years away, while schools are burst at the seams. Instead of fixing the problem, they blame immigrants. And now remember them again. They are the same people this government calling them loudly and proudly, and started Alberta is calling campaign to bring people here. They celebrate the growth. People all over the Canada and world came here, worked hard, paid their taxes. Now this government points fingers at the very people they invited. So that means this government wants more people to come here. They want them to work here, pay their taxes, but they don't want them to ask for schools for their children, seek emergency care when they need it. So those people are asking now, why did you invite us here? Just to blame us for your own failures. This is not fair, and it is not leadership, Madam Speaker. The priorities in this budget and in Bill 19 are all wrong. We have record high oil and gas royalties, yet huge deficit. Families pay higher property tax while bills stay painful. Dad die in waiting 8 hours in emergency room. Kids enter lotteries for their own neighborhood schools. No real help for doctors. They buried under the paperwork. No new school opening when we need them most. And it's going to get worse. This government has wasted hundreds of millions on scandals instead of helping Albertans. And remember the Turkish Tylenol, some of my colleagues already discussed this. And they spent $70 million to import pain relief from Turkey. Only small part arrived, and over 700,000 bottles expired and thrown out, and we spent half of $1 million to just throw them away. Albertans wait too much for the medication they never reached for the families, and the same person, Sam Raish, still owe about $50 million of Alberta's taxpayers. And when it comes to coal mine payouts, after changing rule on coal mining, the mountain, and 86% people oppose coal mines, but this government went to that path which Albertans rejected. And finally, taxpayers have paid hundreds of, like 240 million, 143 million on one company, and 95 million to another. And more lawsuits are coming. Wait for that. This Turkish Tylenol, this medication waste, coal mine payouts, the questions, so many contracts add up to hundreds of millions, maybe close to $1 billion. That money could have cut utility bills, Madam Speaker, helped with the insurance, built a hospital, or open new school instead. It wasted while families struggle. Alberta talk about every day at kitchen tables across the province. They worked hard through tough times. They expected real help with cost, faster health care and better school for their kids. Instead, they got higher taxes, longer wait time in hospitals, and broken promises. For 7 years, even with strong revenues, life has gotten harder for most families. Madam Speaker, Albertans deserve better than this. And this budget, Bill 19, they deserve a government with the right priorities. And this budget is not addressing the real concern of Albertans. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time.
The honourable member for Edmonton Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 19. When I talk to residents of Edmonton Southwest every day, and what they tell me is that life isn't better than when the UCP government came into power 7 years ago. We all know that groceries are up, cost of living is up. But let's be frank here. Never have we seen a budget where we spend so much, where this government spends so much and we get so little. Bill 19 is an admission that after 7 years of UCP governance and 4 years under this Premier, this government has no plan to balance the books, no plan to protect our public services, and no plan to respect the taxpayer. The UCP has managed to do something that many economists thought impossible. They have squandered a historic resource boom and left Albertans with a massive deficit and even more debt. And let's look at the numbers, because they tell a story of staggering incompetence. And let me say it again, they wasted a boom during a boom. The UCP is tabling a $9.4 billion deficit, and yet we're living through a period of near historic resource revenues, to put it in context, 6 times more than when Rachel Notley was Premier. And any government with a modicum of fiscal discipline would be using this windfall to secure our future, invest in Albertans, build the schools and hospitals we so desperately need. But we're not seeing any of that. Instead, what we're seeing is that the UCP has squandered it. They've squandered it on corrupt care, Turkish Tylenol, and contracts to their friends. They were handed some of the strongest economic conditions in a generation, and yet they are projecting ongoing deficits of $7.6 billion and $6.9 billion in the years to follow. And by the time this fiscal cycle is through, this government will have overseen a provincial debt ballooning toward $137 billion. And to the Albertans watching at home, this government has accumulated so much debt that the cost of simply carrying that debt, the interest payments alone of $3.4 billion, will soon equal what we spend on public safety, mental health, and addictions, and every single environmental project in this province combined. So the other side likes to talk about fiscal responsibility, but the numbers in Bill 19 proves that's a myth. They're essentially burning the furniture to heat the house. There is no path to a balanced budget because they have no plan beyond hoping for higher oil prices to save them from their own mismanagement. And they're not helping their own cause, because when government members flirt with separatism or signal openness to it, it creates uncertainty. And we've already heard from Nancy Southern, CEO of ACCO, who has said publicly that stability and national unity are critical when companies are making long-term investment decisions. So when there's even a question about political stability, investment can and almost always does go elsewhere. And at a time when Alberta should be strengthening its economy, this kind of uncertainty is risky and unnecessarily damaging. Let me also point out that the Premier likes to talk about the Alberta tax advantage, and she claims that we are the lowest tax province in the country. But, you know, a tax advantage doesn't put food on the table when your utility bills are skyrocketing and your government is charging Albertans and downloading costs through the back door. And that's exactly what Bill 19 does. It does nothing to make life more affordable. In fact, it's a blueprint for nickel and diming the very people who keep this province running. Because what it does is it introduces a suite of hidden taxes and fee hikes. Let's say it again, property taxes are up 16% from last year. Seniors in continuing care are seeing their fees go up. Small business owners are facing higher registration costs. Trade workers, the people who we need to build our province, are being charged more just to get certified. Vehicle registration costs are going up. Auto insurance is now the second highest in the country. And Madam Speaker, life is worse than it has been in a generation. That's a fact. Wages are stagnant. Youth unemployment is rising. Food bank usage and hunger in Alberta have never been higher. And on this side of the House, we believe that if you manage the budget and resource revenues properly, you don't have to pick the pockets of seniors and tradespeople to cover for a $9.4 billion deficit. Because that's what the UCP is doing. They've forgotten who they're working for. They're not working for the family sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out how to pay for gas. They're working to cover up their own fiscal incompetence. If my vehicle registration is going to expire soon, and I have to go renew it, and for many Albertans, myself included, it's going to be up $50 to $100. Business registration fees are up. So many folks in Edmonton, in my riding of Edmonton Southwest and across this province, are paying hundreds more in property taxes. And for many households, it's not one big increase, it's a series of smaller ones that quickly add up. I was talking to a senior constituent who's a senior citizen who told me that she now tracks every monthly expense because she's on a fixed income. And she told me that over the last 6 or 7 months or so, she couldn't quite figure out where her money was going. And she was surprised how expensive things have gotten, little by little. And it's no surprise that food bank usage in Alberta has reached record highs, up roughly 12% year over year, according to Feed Alberta. And that tells you everything you need to know about how stretched people are. People are working harder than ever before, wages haven't gone up, yet costs keep rising. And all families in my constituency are feeling it firsthand. And let's be honest, this budget does not ease that burden. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the UCP's pattern of behavior in our education system, because they like to brag about how much they've invested in education. But let me just say that there's lots of photo ops, but there's not too much to show for it. We all know that Alberta has added tens of thousands of new students in just the past year, one of the fastest growing rates in the country, but the infrastructure hasn't kept up, and schools and communities like mine are already beyond capacity. We've heard announcements, re-announced again, and yet no shovels in the ground. And like so many of my colleagues, we're hearing from families whose children are being bussed out of their own neighborhoods, not by choice, but because there just isn't space where they live. And teachers are managing increasingly complex classrooms without the supports that they need. And the numbers speak for themselves. This government only hired 522 teachers in 2025, far short of the 1,045 target. Over the past 7 years, they built or modernized 92 schools, compared to 244 in 4 years under the Alberta NDP. Program unit funding, which once made Alberta a leader in early childhood intervention, was gutted. And new initiatives are announced to fix problems that have been obvious for years. Families are left wondering why things weren't addressed sooner. A lot of some of the challenges that we're seeing in education are the government's own doing. It was this government that cut funding to schools and to classrooms through the weighted moving average formula. Basically a shell game designed to underfund school divisions experiencing significant growth, because that's what it did. And for years, school boards across Alberta, in Edmonton and in my riding, have been sounding the alarm, pleading for new schools. And let's not forget that for years, Edmonton did not receive a single new school. So now suddenly they're saying, well, we've seen the light, we're going to introduce a so-called school accelerator program, and they're expecting, applause, a standing ovation from the rest of us. But I think we see through that, because it was this UCP government that for years invested nothing in education. And we're seeing the reality on the ground, because so many students, having lived through COVID and having lived through some of the underfunding that our schools are experiencing, are now bearing the costs. This government gutted the program unit funding, once the gold standard for early childhood education and intervention, leaving our most vulnerable learners to struggle without support. And it's the same story in healthcare. Instead of hiring more doctors and opening beds, the UCP decides that they're going to dismantle Alberta Health Services, not to improve care, but to create more bureaucracy. Because the reality is we now have more managers, we have more silos, and we have worse outcomes. I hear every day from seniors who are waiting months, in some cases over 18 months, in agonizing pain for hip surgeries. Families spending 12 hours or longer in emergency rooms because there just isn't the staffing or the beds available. Patients being told there's no more room at the Grey Nuns or Misericordia. And what about the South Edmonton Hospital, the hospital that this government promised that they were going to build? Where is it now? It's suddenly vanished from the priority list. And of course, replaced with more promises. And recently, I find this actually quite interesting, the government announces a youth employment incentive. But let's not forget, it was also this government that eliminated the long-standing STEP program. And they're now actually replacing it with a much smaller program. But I think what's the most troubling, Madam Speaker, is, and perhaps the most shameful part of Bill 19, is where the UCP does choose to find savings. They're moving forward with AISH clawbacks. They're moving AISH to the new ADAP program. They're cutting seniors' benefits. They're essentially taking away from the most vulnerable among us. And how do they justify it? They don't. Instead, they distract, they peddle separatism, they blame immigrants. And let's actually look at what the Premier and her cabinet are in fact doing, because I think it's a very apt, very good juxtaposition. Because while everyday Albertans are struggling with their bills and paying the increased costs and fees handed to them by this government, the Premier and her cabinet are taking private jets, they're accepting gifts from friends, they're doling out lucrative contracts to UCP insiders and lobbyists. In fact, so whether it's a skybox or it's hundreds of thousands of dollars for to take a private plane, or even a somewhat questionable $300,000 for a new carpet in the Premier's office. These are things that I think Albertans find questionable, and rightly so. Madam Speaker, we have never seen this level of entitlement. It is frankly unprecedented. What Albertans deserve is they deserve a competent, compassionate government that respects tax dollars of Albertans. On this side of the House, we believe in an Alberta where you can afford to live, where your kids can go to a school in their own neighborhood, where you don't have to wait in pain for years for surgery or for the health care that you need. This budget fails Albertans, and for that reason, I, along with my colleagues, cannot support it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a man dies and arrives at the gates of afterlife. He is told you can choose between heaven and hell, but you should visit both first. So he goes to heaven. It's calm, peaceful, quiet, people are content. And then he visits hell. And to his surprise, it's incredible. People are laughing. There's music, food, drinks, dancing. It looks like the best party he has ever seen. He thinks, well, this is not what I expected. So he makes his choice. He chose hell. The gates close behind him, and suddenly everything changes. The lights go out, the music stops, the place turns dark, harsh, and miserable. He looks around in shock and says, wait, what happened? Yesterday this place was amazing. And a voice replies, Madam Speaker, that yesterday we were campaigning, today you have voted. And that's exactly what UCP has done to Albertans. Before the elections, UCP told Albertans there will be no tax cuts, no one will pay out of pocket to access health care, and there will be more affordable life in Alberta. But once the elections were over, the lights were turned off, the doors were shut, and the music stopped. And then came the Conservative cuts, then came the Conservative chaos, and then came the Conservative cronyism. And this government has tabled 7 budgets since 2019. In the very first one, they gave $4.5 billion to corporate friends and 55 jobs. They wasted $1.5 billion to build a pipeline to nowhere. They cut AISH. They cut post-secondary funding. They cut health care funding, Madam Speaker. And in October 2020, UCP made a horrible decision impacting up to 11,000 AHS jobs. 11,000 jobs, Madam Speaker, and they are not just numbers. They are our people, our families, our fellow Albertans. And who can forget how badly this government handled the pandemic? They allowed the anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers, and conspiracy theory voices to grow louder in Alberta. They motivated, allowed, and even joined the truckers' convoy who illegally blocked the coast's border, impacting millions of dollars of trade each day. It went so bad that it sent Premier Jason Kenney to retirement. And then came this Premier, Madam Speaker, who promised to fix health care in 90 days. 90 days was the promise, Madam Speaker. We are now past 1,200 days. Either the calendar is broken or the plan was. And Madam Speaker, I have checked my math, to be honest. 1,200 days is not a rounding error of 90. And instead of fixing healthcare, this Premier tiered it apart. We probably have more healthcare agencies in Alberta than the bulbs on this roof of this chamber, Madam Speaker. And this breakup from AHS has cost Albertans $85 million. $85 million wasted, Madam Speaker. And on education, the pattern is similar. Budget after budget has been sold as a support for students. And Budget 2024 promised that more than $1.2 billion will be spent over 3 years for enrollment growth. And it also promised to hire up to 3,100 teachers and classroom support staff. But Alberta ranked the last in per student funding in 2021 and up until the last year, and we didn't make a significant change. We are still in the last of the provinces. And since 2020, student enrollment has grown by almost 89,000. And even Calgary's public board said that its 2025-26 budget, that funding increases are still being eaten up by enrollment growth, inflation, student complexity, and limited space. And this government continues to announce never to be invested dollars in education just to get big headlines. And Madam Speaker, not only the education headlines are getting bigger, even the number of students in classrooms is getting bigger each day. Students don't need headlines, they need more schools. They don't just need more schools, they need more teachers, EAs, and sports staff in schools, and they need that now near to their homes in their communities. And Madam Speaker, on affordability, the contradiction is even sharper. Albertans pay second highest insurance premiums in the country. UCP removed NDP's cap on insurance, utilities, tuition costs. And this government is an academy that runs professional courses on how to waste money, how to waste taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, and the advanced course on how to waste boom during a boom. They have wasted $22 million on war room, Madam Speaker, $70 million on Turkish Tylenol, Madam Speaker, and $280,000 on red carpet so Golden Cat can do a catwalk on it, Madam Speaker. And the UCP paid over $50 million to Sam Mirish by mistake. Madam Speaker, one of my constituents asked me, why haven't they paid $50 million to remaining 4,999,999 Albertans? Why do the remaining Albertans pay more in property taxes, more in fee increases, and more in everything else from rents to groceries to insurance? And Madam Speaker, this government asks Albertans to tighten their belts when the times are tough, but gives handouts to themselves, their friends, their backbenchers when they get revenue windfalls. This government has no principles except one: privatization of the profits and socialization of the losses. Albertans deserve affordable life, Madam Speaker. Albertans deserve the health care whenever they need it, wherever they need it, and without having to pay out of pocket. Albertans' next generation deserves schools with smaller class sizes and teachers in those classes. And all of this is becoming a distant dream of Albertans. With continuous increase in fees and fines, continuous privatization of healthcare, continuous cruelty against teachers, EAs, and next generation Albertans. Seniors are choosing between groceries and rent. Parents are deciding between extra classes for kids and insurance premiums. Young Albertans are deciding between tuition costs and putting roof over their head. Madam Speaker, we are in unprecedented times, and we face key questions, and we need strong leadership during these times. The questions we face today are very critical and very imperative. How do we make life more affordable for all Albertans? How do we strengthen healthcare systems so it is available for everyone, everywhere, without having to pay out of pocket? How do we build more schools in our communities near to our homes for the next generation Albertans? My constituents don't call this a budget. They call it an attack. Attack on their healthcare, attack on their education, attack on affordability. And Madam Speaker, there are only three vital ways of defense to this attack. The first one is keeping our healthcare public, where doctors will check the pulse, not the purse. Where patients will be taken care with health card, not credit card. And where illness will be treated as illness, not profit-making opportunity. And this government has launched the attacks on our public health care since day one, Madam Speaker. They cancelled the health labs, privatized surgical facilities, and halted hospital projects. In a civilized society, health care should be a right for all people, not the privilege for few. And studies after studies, from the Landcast to the OECD, the World Health Organization, have shown that countries with universal public health care systems achieve better health outcomes. Longer life expectancy, lower mortality, minimal financial hardship. And public health care means healthier society. And healthier society means prosperous province. And prosperous province means stronger families, stronger businesses, and stronger communities. And Albertans deserve no less, Madam Speaker. Our public healthcare system was built on the principle that everyone should get care based on the need, not on the size of their wallet. And this is simple yet powerful principle. And today, let us stand by this principle. Let us stand up for this principle, and together let us stand on this principle. The second way of defense is public education, Madam Speaker. Public education is equalizer. Public education is foundation of fair society. Public education is the promise to every child that better future is possible. And UCP has tilted the field in the favor of private schools. UCP has cracked this solid foundation, and UCP has broken the promise with the kids of Alberta. Alberta kids, Alberta parents, Alberta teachers deserve better, Madam Speaker. If Alberta NDP can build and modernize 244 schools during the worst financial crisis, why can't this government build more schools during a boom? If Alberta NDP can sit on table with teachers, EAs, and staff and negotiate in good faith, what is stopping this UCP government from doing the same thing? If Alberta NDP can run a government without invoking notwithstanding clause against teachers, why can't this government respect, honor, and value the very people who not only shape the future of our kids, but the future of our province, Madam Speaker? Why is this government so unethical, so incompetent, and so cruel? Public education strengthened this province, Madam Speaker, and now we must strengthen public education.
The Honourable Government House Leader, point of order.
For HINJ. While I disagree with everything the member was saying, there is one line in particular that I do take issue with, saying that this government is unethical. To suggest the government is unethical or is breaking the law, those would be out of order, whether you're saying about a specific member or you're saying it about the government as a whole. That would definitely create disorder in the chamber. This government disagrees with how to do things with the opposition, and their job is to suggest other things that we could do and, at least be part of the conversation, not just cast aspersions, but particularly casting aspersions suggesting you're unethical, which would be implying nefarious or illegal behavior. That is certainly language that would create disorder, Madam Speaker. So I leave this in your hands, but there's a limit, and I think the member has crossed it.
The Honourable Member for Carter-Brillen-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a point of order. Member was, I think, Government House Leader knows better than this, that you do not refer to presence or absence of members, and there are TV screens everywhere if you want to really listen to debate. There are many means that you can listen to, and I was listening. And I don't think member was referring to any particular individual. When it comes to ethics, government ethics have been called into questions by even ethics commissioner. Not long ago, Premier was caught interfering in the justice system. There was ethics commissioner report. And when it comes to other things like corruption and those scandals, it's all over the news that RCMP is even investigating Sam Morash and many other people who are tied to government procurement. So I don't think member was saying anything that couldn't be talked in the budget. Budget is an opportunity where you can talk about things that are in it, talk about your constituent priorities, and that's exactly what member was doing. It's not a point of order.
I get to rule first, and then you might get to speak. Well, I actually will not find this to be a point of order. It is certainly not helpful, and this kind of debate ends up in situations in which these types of phrases can't be used in this House any further. If it were on a regular basis, we would be in that situation, I have no doubt, but I know the Honourable knows what I'm referring to and will tailor his remarks to the bill at hand, which is third reading of Bill 19. You may continue.
Madam, ethics means saying no to foreign gifts, saying no to 7-star hotels and private jets, saying no to Sam Mirish. And if this government has $200 million to give to coal companies, why isn't there any money for our teachers? Are foreign coal companies more important than our teachers, Madam Speaker? If this government has $280,000 for red carpet in Premier's office, why isn't there any money for our EAs? Is red carpet in Premier's office more important than our EAs? If this government has $15 million for Sam Mirish, why isn't there anything for our kids? Is Sam Mirish more important than our kids' future? We must protect, fund and strengthen our public education system, Madam Speaker. And in my riding alone, we need 8 new schools. This government has not sent a single brick in the past 7 years to build those. They said they were pre-planning, then they said they were planning, then they said they were designing. Who knows what will they do next? I guess they will send some crayons to my constituents to fill colors in those drawings, Madam Speaker. Who knows what they are planning to do? And Madam, third important vital way of defense is building more affordable province. Insurance is up, groceries are up, property taxes are up. After 7 years of this government, minimum wage has not gone up. Youth unemployment has skyrocketed. Cost of living crisis has deepened. All while this government collected record royalty revenues. This government has wasted a boom during a boom. Albertans deserve relief. And people in my constituency tell me that after a hailstorm in 2020-2024, the insurance has skyrocketed. Last year, they held a press conference where one of my constituents told the press that they have been quoted $21,000 for home insurance. $21,000, Madam Speaker, that's more than a yearly mortgage. That's how bad it has gone under this government, and this is shameful. And you know what's more shameful, Madam Speaker? Blaming immigrants, blaming people who look like me, blaming people who have given their lives building this province. Yes, Madam Speaker, this province is not just built with soil, rocks, and oil. It's built with lives, sweats, and blood of immigrants. And now, instead of giving them dignified life, this government is wasting money on anti-immigrant referenda and putting citizenship marks on their licenses, allowing hate-motivated voices to grow louder. And with that, I ask all members to oppose.
Honourable members, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer a few comments on Bill 19. Let me first thank my friend from Calgary Northeast, for his extensive curriculum on government ethics. I always appreciate the reminders of the government's ethical lapses. And I want to thank all of my friends here on this side of the House for highlighting again and again the disappointment that we have with the top lines that we see in the budget, namely record spending on things like health care and education, while at the same time outcomes get worse and worse, a near-record deficit, all at times when we're booking record oil and gas revenues in the province. They have rightly said over and over again that many Albertans are wondering where the money is going, and they're frustrated that they're being asked to pay more in terms of property taxes and all those kinds of additional fees that the government is charging, and yet seem to be getting nothing in addition to that. I want to spend the time that I have today to really dig into the numbers with 3 ministries in particular, the ones that I had the privilege to sit in committee during the estimates process, those being affordability and utilities, environment and protected areas, and infrastructure. So Bill 19 books $106,551,000 in expenses for the affordability and utilities ministry, and it was really disappointing to me and to my colleagues on this side of the House to see that of the $106 million that's being spent in that ministry, not a single dollar is being spent on making groceries more affordable in the province of Alberta. As my friend from Calgary, Beulah McCall, has said, grocery affordability is the #1 issue that he's hearing in his office and his constituency and when he goes out to events, and that's also the thing that I'm hearing from the constituents of Edmonton Gold Bar. In fact, it wasn't too long ago that I was chatting with a senior who lives in a neighborhood in my riding, and she told me that the cost of coffee has gotten so high that she no longer can afford to buy it for herself, and in fact goes around to different social events at the end of the event with her thermos, hoping that she can take any leftover coffee from the event home in her thermos so that she has coffee to drink. That's pretty sad state of affairs when people who have worked their whole lives to build this province, build our communities, make them as strong as they can be, can't even afford a cup of coffee anymore in their retirement. And not only is the government not doing anything to make food more affordable in the province of Alberta, they're not even interested in addressing the matter seriously. When I raised some potential policy solutions to the Minister of Affordability and Utilities, such as removing restrictive covenants on properties that were formerly owned by grocery stores, or investigating price fixing by the beef packers and the frozen potato companies in Alberta. I hear the Agriculture Minister patting himself on the back for giving out millions of dollars in corporate welfare to the McCain's family. I'm sure that he'll be proud of the fact that he personally handed a check over to one of the wealthiest families in Canada in the form of corporate welfare for opening up the McCain plant, to open up a plant right next to the potato fields where they would have opened it up anyway. So, good job to that minister, handing out millions of dollars in corporate welfare.
Honourable Member, I
wealthiest.
hesitate to interrupt, but I feel like it is most appropriate to interrupt because you are getting rather personal. That's certainly not helpful, and we're going to end up down a train in which this leads to some sort of point of order, so I'm just providing you with caution right now. Let's get back to talking to the bill at hand and not individuals in this room. You may proceed.
Well, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps it wasn't the minister himself who handed over the check, but it was his department that handed over the check for tens of millions of dollars to the McCain family to open up a plant in a potato field where they would have opened it up anyway. So all we ended up with was a plant that would have opened up in any event. It's just the McCains ended up adding a little bit more of taxpayer money to the bottom line and the personal fortunes of one of the wealthiest families in the entire nation. And this is the problem here, is that we have this incredibly passionate defense for companies like McCain's and the millions of dollars that we're spending on them to open up their operations here, while at the same time they turn around and charge us higher and higher prices for frozen potatoes, and they don't pay their producers anymore. So that's a bad system for consumers. It's a bad system for potato producers. The only people who profit are, like I said, the McCain family, who are one of the wealthiest families in Canadian history. And when I try to point this out, the UCP members across the way get mad. It's like, well, I wish that they would stand up for regular, everyday, hardworking Albertans as passionately and as vocally as they stand up for the McCain family. But I digress, I guess, from a little bit of the topics that I wanted to talk about with respect to affordability and utilities. We have no investigation into the effectiveness of restrictive covenants and the possibility of removing those from commercial land titles. We have no investigations into price fixing by beef packers or frozen potato producers or potentially other food producers in the province. We don't have any investigations at all into potential price fixing among the major grocery chains here in Canada, 5 of which dominate the grocery market. And we know that, in fact, they have fixed the price of bread in the past, and right now Loblaws is sending out $10 checks to Canadians who signed up to receive some money, a little bit of the money back that they paid to Loblaws over the years that they were caught fixing the price of bread. One can only wonder where else we're seeing price fixing in the grocery market, but this government is not doing anything at all to investigate the possibility of price fixing in the grocery market. And so one can only assume then that the government is completely content with the state of affairs when it comes to the price of groceries skyrocketing out of control, and more Albertans don't know where their next meal is coming from. And in fact, they've admitted as much when they put on their Affordable Advice for Life website that rather than being able to afford groceries, Albertans should just be content with what they have. It's pretty offensive given the fact that everybody has the right to affordable, healthy food, but the government is telling people who are growing increasingly afraid that they can't put food on the table that they should just be lucky with the few crumbs that happen to fall off the bread trucks that are owned by Galen Weston. I want to move into the Environment and Protected Areas budget. Bill 19, of course, presents expenses of $452,768,000 for that ministry. I raised a number of concerns with the operations of that ministry, particularly when it comes to the abandonment, overseeing the abandonment and reclamation of coal mines in this province. My colleagues from Calgary Glenmore and I raised a number of questions around the mine financial security program, particularly as it relates to coal mines. This government's own committee that it struck in response to the repeal of the Lougheed coal policy recommended that the Environment Ministry develop a stream of the mine financial security program that's tailored specifically for coal mines. And that committee made those recommendations 5 years ago, and as far as we could tell from the answers that the Environment Minister provided in estimates at the time, his department has done nothing to advance, to make any progress on that recommendation, which would be concerning in and of itself, because we know that we have significant coal mining abandonment and reclamation liabilities already on the books, but the government is not taking adequate steps to prevent taxpayers from being on the hook for those liabilities when those companies inevitably pull up stakes and blow out of Alberta. But given the government's intent to open up the eastern slopes to even more coal mines, we can see that the government is not taking adequate steps to prevent future abandonment and reclamation liabilities from being stuck to the taxpayers as well, and that's incredibly concerning. I'm also worried a little bit about the Environment Department's own work opening up the government to liability with respect to coal mining reclamation and abandonment activities. In October of 2025, the Environment Department scientists released a number of studies that it had conducted in various locations along the eastern slopes and found that even though coal mines had been abandoned and reclaimed according to this government's own requirements, they still emitted selenium into waterways above the target or the allowable limits. And the report that the government's own scientists released explicitly said that this government's own abandonment and reclamation requirements were not sufficient for protecting the environment. So when I asked the Environment Minister if this study is going to prompt any work by the Environment Department to improve the abandonment and reclamation requirements for coal mining, he didn't even acknowledge the question, much less provide an answer. So I'm afraid that Environment and Protected Areas knows that there's a problem, and by refusing to fix it is opening up taxpayers to increased abandonment and reclamation liabilities, because if we go back to the people who reclaimed those sites and say, no, I'm sorry, you have to do a better job, you're not meeting the targets that are set out by the effluent regulations, they can turn around and say, well, you knew that this wasn't a sufficient requirement, but that's all you required us to do anyway. So the difference will land on you. And that difference in reclamation costs could be hundreds of millions of dollars, although we don't even know that because the government refuses to publish any site-by-site reclamation, abandonment and reclamation estimates for any mines. That was one thing that I asked the Environment Minister to tell us as well. What is the site-by-site estimates of abandonment and reclamation liabilities? And there is no answer forthcoming there. So I have serious concerns that the Environment Department is going to be disappointing the people of Alberta.
Remember, I hesitate to interrupt, but in accordance with Standing Order 64 sub 5, the Chair is now required to put the question to the House on the appropriation bills on the order paper for the third reading. On Bill 19, the Appropriation Act 2026, all those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. Division has been called. Ring the bells. division has been called on Bill 19, the Appropriation Act. All those in favor, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Minister Lagrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Wright, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Long, Honourable Mr. McDougall, Honourable Mr. Boychenko, Mr. Steffen, Mr. Van Dyken, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominiuk, Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Wiebe, Mrs. Sawyer, Mr. Getson, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Dick, Mr. Yao, Mr. Sear, Mr. Young, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Sinclair.
Any opposed, please stand.
Member Arkan Paul, Honourable Mr. Sabier, Honourable Member Hoffman, Honourable Mr. Agan, Mr. Ellingson, Ms. Wright, Ms. Renault, Member Gurinder-Brar, Mr. Ip, Member Irwin, Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Gertej-Brar, Dr. Metz, Honourable Ms. Laurie Sigurdsson.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 43, total against 14.
Honourable members, that is carried.
Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026 is now read a third time.
Honourable members, the House stands adjourned till 1:30 on Monday.
Madam Speaker, I share your exuberance for this exact moment. I do move that the Assembly be adjourned until 1:30 p.m. on Monday, March 30th.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried, the House stands adjourned till 1:30 on Monday.